All right, y'all. Shalom, shalom. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you guys in here. Welcome to another flock day. You understand what I'm saying? And as you can see, based on the title, we got quite a few things to cover here today. My biggest thing is this, right? Is that, there's a lot of conversation that's being had out here. Now, there's a few topics that I'm adding on to today's show that honestly wasn't initially in the plan, but I think it's really important for us to cover. As you know, here at the Warsheep Podcast, we like to shed light on things because that light creates understanding. Understanding creates love. Love creates patience, and patience will create unity. So without further ado, let's get into these topics, y'all. Let's get it.
Is the sheep preaching hate when he says, I'm not going to let the wolf eat me anymore? If the wolf comes in here, next time he comes in here, I'll do whatever I have to do to keep him off my back. Is the sheep violent or is the wolf the violent one? He wasn't teaching hate, he was teaching common sense. Somebody's knocking you over the head, stop them. Do whatever you have to do to stop them. The ones that were knocking him over the head were afraid of the fact that he might swing back. So they said, no, he's teaching hate, he's violent.
So, welcome in. And I'm so glad it was the Most High's will for you to be here with me today during this live stream. Shout out to everybody. You know what I mean? We're going to go ahead and get this ball rocking and rolling. You know how we like to get started. If you guys can hear me just fine out there, all of my righteous alpha men, drop a ram in the chat for me, please. And all of my elegant women who are exceptional, please drop a sheep in the chat for me, please. And we're going to get this ball rocking and rolling. I'm trying to tell you now, we got plenty. Let's start with some shout outs. Mama Shay, welcome in. That's why I see you in the chat. Bless you, bless you. Thank you so much for your donation. And supporting the channel. Hallelujah. Bless you, bless you, bless you. You got a sheep in the chat. We got sheep in the chat. Let's go. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling, y'all. Listen, what we about to get into here is going to be quite the treat, man, because we got some things that people are out here doing that's crazy, right? And of course, I'm gonna start off with a few light topics, y'all. And how we like to do it on Flock is we like to definitely bring up some things that have been seen, that have been noticed, that I've noticed that have been taking place out here. And I really want to bring that information to you all here today. It's a great opportunity to really tackle a lot of different topics and subjects while we're here all flocking together. You know what I mean? So we're going to get into this thing real quick. Bless you, bless you. Sister Angelica, welcome in. Sister Naomi, welcome in. Good to see you guys in here. Season Sojourning, welcome in. Good to see you in here. Hallelujah. And so one of the topics that I really came across, and I know that the title is demonic narcissism. You understand? Demonic narcissist, and the cunning ways that it likes to move. It can show up in a lot of different ways, a lot of different aspects, in life. When you meet different people, you don't know what they're going to be or how they're going to be right away. You don't know who they truly are until you really start to deal with them on a different level. Now, with a demonic narcissist, you have to understand like the level of love bombing, the level of showering with compliments, the level of everything when it comes to that is pretty great. You don't meet a demonic narcissist and they instantly want to tell you the truth about anything. You understand what I'm saying? There's always a mask of deception. And we're going to get into a few topics here that really proves that this is the type of spirit that we're dealing with. This is one of the major spirits that we're dealing with here today. As it continues to grow, as it continues to increase in its power, strength, whatever it may be, there's a lot of individuals out here in the world who are model examples of a demonic narcissist. We're going to talk about that and much more, y'all. We got so much things to cover here, but first I want to definitely get into a particular topic that has I think been hitting pretty hard lately. I think it went viral, you know what I mean? And you got to understand, like, women talk about narcissists quite often, you understand, like in dealing with them in relationship settings, but not really knowing that, of course, there's a lot of women who are also have narcissistic tendencies as well, or behavior patterns as well. You know what I mean? I think we all know that, and we all have a good understanding of it. But we still have individuals out here who neglect the fact that this is the fact, this is the truth. You know what I mean? And they don't want to really address the true issue, okay, of the matter. Bless you. Shout out, brother Robert. Good to see you in here. And thank you so much for showing up here today. We're gonna go ahead and rock this thing out, man. We're gonna have a great time here, and we're gonna go over these topics. We're gonna try to see if we can, get through these topics and honestly come out with edification, learning more about the society that we're currently living in right now and what is to come, right? And how to navigate some of these spirits of demonic narcissism, exposing some of the truth that's going on behind the scenes. Man, salute to everybody here in the chat, and salute to everybody who's supporting the War Sheep podcast. Salute.
Carry on.
And we are carrying on, y'all. All right, I'm gonna show you guys my screen real quick, and we're going to get into this thing real quick. I want to show you guys a few things in regards to this topic. Okay. So this particular topic here, I believe this young lady was complaining about an older man in the gym, and she said that he was harassing her. Now, my thing is this, right? When you're in the gym, you understand? When you're in the gym, let me go ahead and when you're in the gym, y'all, me personally, whenever I'm in the gym, I tend to avoid conversation and communication with women. You know what I mean? I tend to avoid staring long, right? Long gazes. I tend to just kind of stay in my own bubble, because you never know if you're going to wind up on somebody's platform or somebody's TikTok or some shit like that, and being slandered just based on you being a man and you finding a woman attractive in a space that you both share. You know what I mean? Like I don't understand what exactly women are looking for when they go to the gym, especially when they're going to the gym dressed in a certain way. What exactly are you looking for? What are you trying to do? What spirits are you trying to provoke? Who are you trying to impress? What is it that you're really trying to do? You know what I mean? So if you show up and you got a lot of cleavage going on, you got a lot going on, right? And you're fully exposing yourself, then you gotta know you're gonna receive some sort of energy right back in the same way. If you exposing yourself in a lustful way, then you're gonna receive lust. If you're exposing yourself in a way that's respectable, then you're gonna receive respect. I mean, that's with every facet of life. That's with everything that we do. How you come off and present yourself is what you receive. Now, we have a lot of people, we got a lot of women out here who believe that that's not the thing, that they should be the exception amongst the vast majority, right? They should be the exception, that they should be able to do whatever they like, dress however they like, you know what I'm saying? Do whatever they would like to do, but not receive any of the energy back to them. Let's go ahead and take a look at this video, y'all. And we're going to go ahead and give our opinions on this whole situation as well, because I want to hear what you guys got to say. And me personally, I think that this thing is, honestly, it's a ridiculous thing. It's a ridiculous thing. All right, so she got a compliment. Okay, this is the title of the video. She got a compliment at the gym. Now it's a harassment. That's the title of the video here. Now we're going to start off with this one here. I believe this comes from Amelia. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's got a pretty big channel, 2.3 million subscribers. She does some pretty good work there. So you guys probably want to check out some of her content. You know what I mean? But I want to give a shout out to this particular channel who brought this information forth as well. But this apparently has went viral, y'all. It has went viral, just like a lot of the women who put men on blast for approaching them a certain way or are doing certain things in the gym. It's become a whole culture, you know what I mean? That so much so that they're looking to ban recording in the gym, like recording gym sessions, because it's been such a problem for not only men, mostly men. Let me just be honest, mostly men. And then we got a lot of women who really truly understand the plight of a man, you know what I mean? And even if a man is just minding his own business, how a woman who's recording herself in the gym can perceive him to be, right? Can be able to can engage and treat him almost as though he was sexually harassing her in this moment. But let's go ahead and listen in as to what happened with this situation?
This is a place where I come to feel safe.
You should be safe.
Oh, I should be.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I know. And
All
you
right,
made me feel unsafe. I don't appreciate that. And for me to have to go, oh, no, it's okay. No, it's not okay. I'm autistic. This is my safe space. I come here to lift, and you're disgusting. As I'm moving out of the way so you can see yourself in the mirror, you.
Wow.
Wow, what?
I rescind my apologies. You're nuts.
All right, guys, we've got another Gy Freakout, and this one's a doozy. The guy is correct. This woman is nuts. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. We're often talking about the subject of gym behavior on this channel, and specifically as it pertains to women. More often than not, we're talking about the subject of women going to the gym, sexualizing themselves, and then complaining when they are sexualized by others. Now, this one's going to be an interesting story of a woman who went to the gym, was hit on by a man, and she didn't appreciate that come on, and was then accusing him of sexual harassment. Let's find out if it's actually true. Let's watch.
So an Ottawa police officer just sexually harassed me at the gym. As one does, of course. He was doing chest flies. I was standing in front of him, and I was respecting him in his space and wanted him to be able to see his form. So I kept moving out of the way so that he could see himself in the mirror. And after I did this twice, he stops me and he's like, yeah, it's okay. I may just be a dirty old man. Here it comes. But I almost don't mind if you're standing in front of me while I do this.
All right, so first impressions, y'all. Y'all tell me what the problem here is. I mean, there's definitely first impressions. You understand what I'm saying in regards to seeing her and the way she's presenting herself in the gym. He said that, you know, he might be a dirty old man, but he doesn't mind her standing in front of him as he's working out in the gym. Now, me personally, I would take that as him trying to pay her a compliment, right? A compliment. Like it says here, compliments it turned into a harassment, right? But first of all, why are you wearing a bra to the gym? Like, honestly, I don't know exactly what she's currently have on right now, but this is not something that's presentable to the public. Like, this is something you would wear at home. Why would you wear that here in the public and then behave as though you're not going to receive any attention? Now, granted, this, right, is that this is an older man. You understand what I'm saying? This is an older man who's talking about giving her a compliment in regards to I might be a dirty old man, but I don't mind you being here. You understand what I'm saying? You can stay right where you at. You're good. The compliment may have not been delivered in the best way. Let's keep it honest, right? You know, to call yourself a dirty old man and then to go into your joke may make some people believe some things, right? Or take things in a certain way. You set the tone to your joke when you introduced it in the way that you did. However, even though it's bad, poorly executed joke, right, it still nevertheless was a joke that was an underlying compliment, complimenting her and saying that he didn't mind how she looked, that she was attractive. Let's keep it a buck, okay? Not only that, she proceeds to actually put his information out there, y'all. Put where he works, saying that he's a police officer. I'm not sure as to what, you know what I mean? Led her to want to give that information. I don't know if she was trying to get him to get fired or whatever it may be. But last time I checked, in society, men can be able to pay women a compliment, right? And it not be perceived as being harassment. Now, dirty old man. Okay, great. You can make that argument, okay, as the way it was presented. But look at how you're presenting yourself. I don't believe that he would actually had given that information if you wouldn't showing so much skin. Like, look at this bra you have on currently. Is this what you wear to the gym? Is this what you wear to the grocery store? Is this what you wear? Then you have to understand what type of attention you're going to get. Now, I believe that this older man, which I've never seen him, if he were an attractive guy, I don't believe she'd have an issue with it. But since she didn't find him attractive to her, right, then maybe she's had an issue with it and proceeded to even say that she was autistic on top of everything else, right? And that the gym was her safe space. Now, my thing is that if it's your safe space, then you got to understand that there's other individuals that's also in your space. Just because it's your safe space doesn't mean it's all yours, right? A safe space is somewhere at home. You know what I mean? That means it's your space. If you're there alone, that's your space. But when you're in a public setting, in a gym area, and you're wearing something that you're wearing like right now, you got to understand that men are going to be attracted to that in certain ways. Certain men are going to be attracted to it in certain ways, right? You can't be completely oblivious to this, right? You got to live in some sort of, is she living in reality? That's what I'm trying to understand or figure out. Or does she have some make-believe life in her head? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. What's going on with you? But look at how you're presenting yourself. You got a bunch of tattoos, and then not only you have a lot of tattoos, but which is attention seeking, right? It gives you more attention because more men are going to look at that. But also you're wearing something that looks like you should be wearing that at home. You shouldn't be wearing it out in public at the gym. Like, I understand like a sports bra, but that ain't no sports bra. You understand what I'm saying? That's something totally different. Like this is something that's a low cut, looks like a bra that she just, pulled out the hamper. You know what I mean? Like, it don't look like something that you should be wearing to the gym and to any public setting, right? She's sitting in her car now in public wearing a bra, basically. So, but you don't understand that you're going to receive a certain amount of attention. Let's continue, right? Let's continue.
And I did what we all do as women when we get comments like that. I just went, ha, turned around and I was like, I hate men. And then I was really pissed and went to turn around.
Another feminist here who hates men because they present themselves in a sexual way, but then say that men are sexualizing them, over-sexualizing them, overstimulating them, right? My thing is this, right? If you don't want to be sexualized, don't present yourself in public the way that you are right now.
To tell him, like, this is not okay, and here is why. And he was gone. I got a Good Life associate, told her, and she wanted to see where it happened so that she could find it on camera, because I was like, I don't want to come back here with this dude. Like, I'm uncomfortable as shit right now. He was there. I was like, oh, this is him. Confronted him. And then when I told him that was not okay, you made me feel uncomfortable, he was like, I'm sorry. And I was like, no, like, this is not cool. It's not okay. Then he tells me, I actually rescind my apology.
Okay, let's pause before we get into the interaction that she apparently filmed. We need to ask ourselves an important question. Does this constitute sexual harassment? She was at the gym, working out, moving out of this guy's way. He said, you know what? I might be a dirty old man, which might set off some alarm bells, but it's also him saying, we're not in the same league, and I understand that, but I don't mind you working out in front of me. Now, it is a come on. It is him hitting on her, and it is...
Not to mention, it's a joke. It was a joke. Now, this is the thing with men. We tend to joke. No matter what it may be, it tends to be a joke. She didn't understand. She didn't understand. She misunderstood the joke. It was just a joke. But it was him trying to be polite and politely saying, don't inconvenience yourself. You can stay where you're at. You're fine. Don't worry about it. That was him saying that. Let's continue. Take a joke and then make it something serious, and then make it something that's more of a harassment rather than it being a joke, which it was.
Is, I guess, an unwanted advance of a sexual nature. But does that constitute harassment? Has he harassed her in giving that one comment, going about his day, and then being confronted by her again and apologizing after he notices that she's uncomfortable? To me, that does not scream harassment. And of course, we'll have to look up the definition of harassment to cross our T's and dot our I's. Okay, this is according to the Legal Information Institute. Harassment refers to words or behaviors that threatens, intimidates, or demeans a person. Harassment is unwanted, uninvited, and unwelcome, and causes nuisance, alarm, or substantial emotional distress without any legitimate purpose. Now, from this interaction, we can tell that this was an unwanted advance of a sexual nature, but was he threatening, intimidating, or demeaning her as a person? I think not. If we took this to court and called it sexual harassment, I think we'd be sent home that day and everybody would be fine. But no.
Absolutely, because in harassment, you got to prove the intent, that the individual had the intentions to harass, right? In this situation, he had the intentions but to pay a compliment or to make a joke or make light of a certain situation that he wanted her to feel comfortable in. Now, did it accomplish the goal that he was looking for? No, I'm pretty sure his level, right, or his intentions was to make her feel more comfortable of staying put and not inconveniencing herself for him to have the mirror to himself. You understand what I'm saying? He wanted to be sure that she was not inconvenienced, even if it was a compliment that he enjoyed how she looked. Listen, at the end of the day, his main goal, I guarantee it, his main intention, his main goal was to get her to feel more comfortable and at ease about not having to move so much. You understand what I'm saying? But either way, whether she's attractive or not, that was all based on how he felt. You know what I mean? So that's my thing. He just wanted her to be comfortable.
No, we can't just let it be fine. We have to confront the man who gave us a compliment. Let's watch.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's the video.
And I kept moving out of the way. Oh, that's him. Ew.
I'm so
Oh, f
sorry.
off. No. I don't give a It's inappropriate. I don't appreciate it. And it made me feel uncomfortable. This is a place where I come to feel safe.
You should
I'm
be
sure. Oh, I should be.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I know. And
All
you
right,
made me
listen.
feel unsafe. I don't appreciate that. And for me to have to go, no, it's okay. No, it's not okay. I'm autistic. This is my safe space. I come here to lift, and you're disgusting. As I'm moving out of the way so you can see yourself in the mirror, you.
Wow.
Wow, what?
I rescind my apologies. You're nuts.
Now, that's my thing, right? And I appreciate her for posting this. I just wanted to be sure that that's my thing, right? Is that not only did she come and pull the autistic thing out the bag, but as soon as he approached her, right? Didn't approach her in a bad way. He wasn't disrespectful, but immediately she goes to the defense, goes on the attack and saying F you, all this other stuff, right? To this man who obviously is a bit older than her. You know what I mean? For what? For what reason, really? Because he wanted to make a joke, because he wanted to make you feel more comfortable, because he also made a pass at you during his joke. These are the reasons why men tend to not talk to women at the gym. You have all these different memes as to how do I, holler at my gym crush or whatever it may be. Well, listen, the biggest thing for you to do is just to find a woman or find a man in a social space, right? In a space where they are open to being socialized in that way, right? To talking about compliments, to talking about these things, because it comes off as less weird. They're already understanding. They're already ready to hear a compliment. They already are receiving or open and inviting to it. And when it comes to being at the gym, a lot of people are focused on certain things. You understand what I'm saying? It's unrealistic to be able to meet your spouse or to meet somebody who also is a gym goer, right? Who likes to work out, who has the same interests as you, because a lot of these women, honestly, are fucking, they're crazy. They got issues. A lot of them have problems, right? And they have this complex that they are just all the way here, right? To where harassment is going to be the first thing that comes to their mind. And I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying a lot of them take that position. And in our society, when we have situations that are like this, right? Just like how she just presented this man as harassing her, instead of giving her a compliment, she presented him as harassing her. This is what most men are having to face, but they're putting it out here on social media to where now it's even more of a situation where men pull back in a gym setting, and the woman has to be the one to give the choosing signal.
To see
You
his
feel what
form.
I'm saying? She got to give the signals to say that, hey, I'm interested in you and I would like for you to talk to me, because obviously we would know as men, we wouldn't know whether we should or shouldn't. As men, we don't want to be publicly scrutinized or publicly exposed or put on Front Street for something that we had no intentions on doing. You know what I mean? Like, I know for sure this man, he is not intending for her to take it in the way that she did. Not only that, he apologized immediately. He didn't sit there and double down on it like, listen, this, that, and the third. No, he apologized. He said, I'm sorry I made you feel that way. Now we have to play into her feelings and her emotions. We got to coddle it. So you see, when you grow up and you are a child, right? And you have these emotions that come out and you feel certain ways about certain things and you're hyper emotional as a child. Listen, when you become an adult, you're the same. There's no difference. If it's been coddled, if it's been allowed, right? If it's been taught, if nothing has been taught differently, then you become an adult who also feels the same way. Meaning any situation, you'll take that 10 and put 20 on top of it. Like based on how you feel, based on your feelings and emotions. Everybody has to what? Be sensitive to how you feel, because you haven't been taught nothing different, right? Because no one has challenged your position on your feelings, right? And how it may infringe, right? Or how it may intervene with their way of life, with their thought process. This man who paid her this compliment, but it actually was a joke to make her feel more comfortable around him. He tried his best to make her feel more comfortable. He may have come from a family that cracks jokes, that talk shit. You know what I mean? That's what they do to break the ice, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Like he comes from that type of family where he has thick skin. Most men have thicker skin because they used to cracking jokes on each other. They used to cracking jokes, in the home. I mean, pops is gonna be cracking jokes on them too. You understand what I'm saying? Thickening their skin up. My thing is this, right? It was not an inappropriate joke. The joke wasn't inappropriate. It may have been poorly delivered. He probably could have delivered it better to actually make it seem like a joke, or he could have ended it with, "I'm just joking. It's just a joke, but you're fine where you're at." You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to clean it up a little bit. And I've been the type of guy who had deal with that type of situation where I need to clean up my joke a little bit by letting them know, "Hey, I'm just joking," so they don't take me seriously. I've been a guy who's been in that position where I have to gotta tell them, "Hey, I'm joking. I'm not serious about that." But that's the biggest thing that I can really see from this situation is that not only she have dressed, not only she's basically practically not wearing any top, but also she's in the gym dressed like this and thinking that men aren't going to give her some sort of lustful energy, lustful spirited. Men are going to be attracted to her. You understand what I'm saying? That's why it's very important for you to dress in a certain way that don't garner you certain attraction that's unwanted or unwarranted. Men have different responses for women who dress modestly, right? If you're a type of woman who dress modestly, men tend to want to go and hold the door for you. If you're a woman who's dressed like her, men tend to want to stay behind you so they can take a look at the assets. They can take a look at how you look. You know what I mean? Like they're going to come off as being what you would consider to be creeps, right? Give you the ick, whatever it may be, because you're dressed and you're very revealing. You're not dressed in a modest way, but that is the way of the United States of America. That's the way of the U.S. of this generation, is to dress as provocative as you possibly can, even if you're at the gym. You think that men ain't going to sit there and watch you as you're running on a treadmill with them big jugs bouncing all over the place? Absolutely. Why wouldn't you dress more modestly if you don't want negative attention coming from men? If you don't want any attention at all, why wouldn't you just dress more modest? Why wouldn't you put on the things that won't be as revealing, that ain't as attention seeking? It's because you truly do want the attention. But once you get it, if it's not somebody you want the attention from, you want to cry and play a victim. And that's all it really truly is. What you guys got to say about this, man? Because honestly, it's a completely sad situation here. Yeah, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, y'all. Don't forget to do that. Now, she's half naked, shaking my head. Absolutely, half naked. You're half naked and upset about what? Really, you're half naked and upset about what? What are you mad for? You understand what I'm saying? You're getting exactly what you asked for, which was attention. So you're getting that attention. Like I said, his joke was poorly executed, but it still was a joke nonetheless, right? I would have took it as a joke. And it wasn't warranted for her to have blown this situation up as big and as large as she did. Now, this is one situation where narcissists rule. You understand what I'm saying? Narcissists are ruling the pot in that. You know what I mean? Like when it comes to that, that's a very well shown example of what a narcissist does. They play the victim, even though they are the perpetrator. Even though if you would have never showed up that way, you probably wouldn't have gotten that same attention. You know what I'm saying? Even though if you were more modestly dressed, he probably would have approached you not with the same joke. It might have been a bit different to be sure he didn't disrespect you. My thing is that he didn't disrespect her. It just came off as disrespectful because he said that he may have been a dirty old man. That is what it is. It's very subjective as to who's hearing it. If I would have heard that, right, I would have thought it was funny. If another woman would have heard it, right, and she comes from a family where her father also cracks like similar jokes, then she would have thought it was funny, right? And then she was more of a open-minded person, right? But this woman took it as an insult. She took it as harassment, even though she validated the attention by smiling at him, by not confronting him right then and there, right? She validated the attention. And then when she seen him again, then that's when she sparked the conversation. That's when all hell broke. That's when she started to lay into his ass, right? That's a huge problem, because now this man who enjoys going to this particular gym has to be uncomfortable if he sees you around. Same thing with you. You have to be uncomfortable when you see him around, rather than letting it just go, right? Because it's not that big a deal. It was just one thing that he may have said. He did not continue to come on to you after you rejected him. You understand what I'm saying? Instead, you make it an awkward situation for both you guys to enjoy what you consider to be your safe space. Extremely self-centered, extremely self-absorbed, not thinking about others around them, but just thinking about yourself. And that's about it. That's just some of the things that really need to change in the society that we're in today. So my thing is this, right? I really want to address a certain situation. I'm going to move on from that topic, because I think that, you know, I've really exalted it. But we're going to move on to the next topic here. And I think this topic is extremely important to address. We have another picture, another example of somebody who has an issue with self-reflection. You understand what I'm saying? Who has an issue with being able to reflect on self and say, you know what, I might have done wrong. You know what, my bad. My apologies. Well, welcome in, Brother Nathaniel. Shalom, shalom. Good to see you in here, my brother. All right. So, and I think that this particular topic, like I said, I wasn't going to cover anything on this guy today, but he just had to. I just had to because of this recent video that was just put out today. I understand, earlier today. You get what I'm saying? And I thought that it was pretty interesting the way that the information was delivered, the way that it was presented to the public. Like, it was almost as though trying to give a message. Hey, y'all better stop what you're doing or else. You know what I mean? Like, because I have A, B, and C information on you. So if you don't stop, then should I confront you? Should I expose you? And my thing is this, right? When I'm covering these particular topics about this man, who, of course, would gain more respect, more admirations, more of an audience if he would just receive accountability rather than trying to point fingers and trying to find certain situations where he can, oh, this, that, and the third. Just receive the accountability, sir. Y'all already know who I'm talking about, because it still amazes me the level of restraints that you go through just to be sure that you're not having to admit that you're wrong with something, right? Or that you're not having to admit that, hey, maybe I've gotten a couple things wrong. It's crazy. It's very crazy to me. But we're gonna get into this thing. Y'all listen. We're gonna get into this thing real quick. You understand what I'm saying? As you can see, the title of this video that was just placed, right, that was posted, is called Wolf Tickets. Now, we all know what a wolf ticket is. I mean, guys who is his age know what a wolf ticket is. But for him to not understand what a wolf ticket is shows how completely detached from society he truly is. Now, let me say this, right? It's okay to be detached. It's okay to be not, it's fine. But my thing is that how can you relate to other individuals if you don't understand certain things, especially when it comes to our culture? Culturally, wolf tickets has been around for quite some years now. I mean, literally, everybody should know what a wolf ticket is if you are from the Black community, right? You should know what it means when somebody is selling a wolf ticket. So my thing is that there was no real true angle as to coming out, oh, this is what a wolf ticket is. It's okay to keep that to yourself that you didn't know it. But let's get into this thing real quick. I think I got a few things that I want to address in regards to this particular topic. Whatever he's speaking about right now, I want to address it. I want to get down to it, because my thing is that I ain't got shit to hide. I ain't got shit to prove. Listen, ain't nothing you're going to be able to come to me with and think that I'm not going to talk about it. We're not going to have a discussion about it. That I'm not going to go to my private platform. Maybe I'll create me a Patreon real quick and I'm going to give y'all the truth. But I'm only going to give you the truth at $100 level. You feel me? You got to pay $100 to receive the truth from me. No. Freely you give, freely you shall receive. You understand what I'm saying? I received it. I'm going to give it. You know what I mean? Like, the truth is free. You know what I mean? The truth is free. And you shouldn't put a price tag on the truth if you have to show the truth based on what position you come from. So let's go ahead and get into this thing. Saw that. Hallelujah. Peace and blessings to you. Welcome in. Welcome in, brother Myron. Go Dogs. Welcome in, my brother. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Welcome in, Sister Rose. Let's get it. We're going to go ahead and get into this thing. I want to address a few things that he had to say.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of YouTube, Pastor Dow here. Now, in this world, there are a lot of deceptive practices and deceptive people. People that will make you believe or lead you to believe they've done this and they've done that. They've done this and they've done that. Of course, after you do a background check and after you verify, you find out that a lot of this stuff that these people say that they have done, they haven't done it all. Why lie about it? I don't know. But I learned a new terminology or a new term from my Ish, and she says that they're selling wolf tickets. I said, wolf tickets? What in the world is a wolf ticket? So I'm going to disclose you what I learned about wolf tickets. Okay, so first of all, the definition of a wolf ticket is, you got this one. Wolf ticket is an African-American vernacular English phrase that means empty threats or boasts, especially when used to intimidate someone. It's often used in the phrases sell wolf tickets or buy wolf tickets. It also means this. All right, listen to this. The phrase can also be used to describe a hyped up promotion or sales pitch for a product or event that doesn't live up to expectations. So again, like I stated before, you have people out there that
wow. So he finally found out about wolf tickets.
Oh, Hercules.
I'm glad that you finally found that out. You understand what I'm saying? Because you sell them all the time from behind the pulpit. You understand what I mean? You sell them all the time. Every single time you speak, you're selling wolf tickets. Now, my thing is this, right? You are presenting this information as though you're holding someone accountable for something that they're not willing to speak on, that they're not willing to address, that they're trying to hide from the public. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you're pitching it this way, then why not give the information? Let's continue with this video, because my thing is this. I watched this whole thing in its entirety. Not once did he actually address anything to where somebody has to answer it, right? But he's insinuating that he needs to expose some important information about someone. Let's continue.
Have you think that they've done this and they've done that, and you have no way of verifying unless you've done a background check. So if you do a background check on people, you can find out that, okay, they've declared for bankruptcy.
Wow, declare for bankruptcy.
Oh, Hercules.
That is so important to know. Declare for bankruptcy. Let's go to some of the most wealthiest men in the country has declared for bankruptcy multiple times. You understand what I'm saying? You know what? We're going to go to one in particular, okay? Now, this is a quick, rough search on Google. You understand what I'm saying? Now, my thing is this. I didn't know that declaring for bankruptcy was a sin. I didn't know it was a sin, or I didn't know it was news, right? To try to expose about somebody. Let me see. I'm going to do a rough Google search. How many times has Donald Trump since he loves the Trumpster, Donald Trump declared bankruptcy? How many times has he declared bankruptcy? Bankruptcy. How many times has he declared bankruptcy? Let's see. So we have Donald Trump, okay? Donald Trump. Let me show you guys my rough Google search, okay? We have Donald Trump, and he's presenting this information like it's something just to be so ashamed about. We have Donald Trump has declared bankruptcy 6 times between 1991 and 2009, right? And he's still a billionaire, okay? Why is that news? Why is that tea? Why is that something that you're bringing to the public and saying, well, he declared bankruptcy? Well, who gives a shit? Because a lot of people who are wealthy will declare bankruptcy. You got to understand what the game is. You understand what I'm saying? When you declare bankruptcy, what is the true goal after declaring bankruptcy? What do you do? What are you doing? A lot of times when you declare bankruptcy is on a business. A lot of times when Donald Trump declared bankruptcy is based on a business. Get rid of that. Start something totally new. This is all credit. This is credit based. This is a credit based society. You understand what I'm saying? We operate based on credit. Declaring bankruptcy is not something that you bash anybody for or try to expose them for. Well, he declared bankruptcy. Who gives a shit? It really ain't something to really even mention, to tell you the truth. It's something that you definitely should keep to yourself. Now, let's continue to hear what he has to say in regards to declaring bankruptcy and the rest of the shit that he's talking about. Let's go.
But they're not volunteering that information to you. You can, you do a background check on them. You can tell that the universities or schools that they said they've been to, they never went to. Or you do a background check on them. You can find out that not only did they declare bankruptcy, but they got a lot of judgments against them. A lot of smaller judgments, but they still judgments. All right. You find out these people are stage playing hypocrites. These people are not.
So how are you being a hypocrite by not disclosing that you've declared bankruptcy? Me personally, I've never declared bankruptcy, but anyone who he's speaking about right now, how are you being a hypocrite by not disclosing that information? How is that public information for everybody to really know? If you want to know it, you can research it and look it up yourself. A lot of things don't have to be fully disclosed online. Now he's talking about small judgments against them in court cases or whatever it may be. I'm so glad that you were able to find that information.
Oh, Hercules.
It just shows and proves that you can actually put forth an effort to defend yourself in your position, even though you may be wrong. You may be totally wrong about a certain topic and situation, but you'll put forth the effort to try to make yourself to be right, to try to prove that somebody is a stage playing hypocrite, as you like to call it, right? But ain't nobody got time to lie.
I'm not lying to you. I ain't got time to lie to you.
My thing is this, right? If you can't see the flaws and the error in your ways, you're the one who's putting a lot of your stuff out here publicly. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of the issues and problems that are being brought up are spiritual issues or issues with with sin within your own life. We're not talking about how you may have done this or done that in your past and this, that, and the third. We're not speaking about those things. Now we're talking about a 501c3 that you currently hold, that you told everybody that you're not a 501c pastor, 501c pastor. You told everybody that you didn't believe in that 501c3. Then you start switching that up, right? You changed it and didn't let the public know that you felt differently about holding a 501c3. So you can be able to hold a tax exempt status on your land. You didn't let that be public knowledge. So once it's been brought out, and that's the way that you garnered attention, that's the way you drove upon people, upon your ministry, right? Is by saying that 501c3 pastors are pastors that are operating and working for the government, for the intergovernmental system, and that they're gonna lie to you every time and not expose the real truth because they 501c3 gag order pastors. Well, you are one too. You didn't reveal that truth. You didn't reveal that information. That's important information to know. But a bankruptcy, judgments on there. Listen, and we have many righteous examples of people who have fought for unity, fought for all kinds of different things, right? You got Malcolm X, you got Martin Luther King, you got, our beloved brother Paul, you know what I'm saying, who have been through the court system, who have seen jail cells, who have done those things, but have done it for a great cause, for a great reason. We got a wicked ass system. They're gonna find reasons to lock you up. You understand what I'm saying? They're going to find reasons to rope you into the system and continue to wash you into that thing. They want to keep you in there. That's the money game in this country. Our data and statistics show that I believe 90% of our population has seen a jail cell or is currently in jail. We are a country that is driven by people being incarcerated. That is the way our society operates. Now, if somebody has on their record where they have caused harm to somebody else, where they have stolen somebody else's property, where they have done certain things to other men or women, now that is something important to know. You understand what I'm saying? But maybe they're preaching and saying, oh, we should be doing this, but they actually did it in their past and they have records, public records to prove it. Then I understand that. But if it's something that, you know, where you're talking about, oh, small stuff like a ticket, whatever, man, who gives a shit about that? That makes has no quarrels, no bound, no nothing to do with anything here. Let's continue with the video though. Let me see something real quick. Because right now we currently are talking about and we're hitting on certain things that don't make a difference in anybody's life. You understand what I'm saying? A bankruptcy don't change nobody's life. A bankruptcy does not influence somebody to seek Gy. You understand what I'm saying? Exposing that. Not only that, he talks about universities, people who claim to be to certain universities but never really attended it. Okay, well, if that's the case, then come out and tell the truth about it, or confront the individual about them saying that they've been there, but they never been there. Say what you got to say. Bring the information forth, right? But then let them address it. This is not a salvific issue, though. This is an issue to repent for whatever lie that was told. You understand what I'm saying? But let's continue with this thing. Your Sheep Podcast. I tagged you in a Facebook post about another douchebag and sent a video to you. I might have to check it out. Not too sure. Saying what tickets? Absolutely. You already know it. Background check. So do dirty down is pow. It's Popo. Yeah, he's funny. Shalom, brother Bragg. I think he just like to hear himself talk. Hallelujah. I think he does as well. Me personally, let's continue with this video, y'all. Let's go.
They tell you that they are, and here is the gullibility of the general public. You know, whenever you take a hold of personalities and you believe whatever they say and you think you know them as a person, you don't really truly know them.
Man, he's warning y'all like somebody has committed some sort of crime or has stolen somebody else's wife, that has stolen somebody else's betrothed, right? Somebody that, you know, another man was engaged to. Like, he's telling you this information. Somebody had a bankruptcy. Somebody had judgments, small judgments on them. Oh man, are these things that are criminal based? Are these things that are things that cause harm to another man or woman? Are these things that people could have gotten wrong? You got police officers out here that will pull you over, arrest you, and they don't know shit about you really, but they don't even want to hear it. Right? They'll stick you with a certain charge, put you in jail, and then next thing you know, you got to fight your way out, right? You got to prove your innocence, because in this country, you're guilty until you've proved that you're innocent. That's just how it is. Not only that, it show up on your record. So people who actually do background checks and research on you, they can see that is something, right? And then you have to, it's not even a final judgment, but they can see it and it will influence their decision to move forward with you as far as employment or whatever it may be. It will influence their decision in that because they see it. Not that you've been guilty of it, but they can just see it. And that's all that matters. So that's the reason why in this country, you are guilty until you've proved that you're innocent. You haven't taken a deal. You haven't agreed to any of this stuff. So any information that you received, was it the final judgment? Because there could have been an issue with the judgment itself, with the reason why somebody was stopped and arrested and put in jail. And then there was a charge that was brought upon them. Once it's not done until it's done. You understand what I'm saying? Let's continue though.
Whatsoever at all. Again, you can dig in their life a little bit more and find out that they had a traffic stop and they gave the police the wrong name, wrong information and stuff. And you can go.
That's an interesting thing, because me personally, I was during a traffic stop and I don't deal with police officers. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. So do I cooperate 100% with a lot of things? I do not. I'm going to be honest with you. I usually would request a supervisor a superior officer so I can speak to that individual, because a lot of these underlings don't know a lot. Now, me personally, when he's mentioning this, I can tell you, if you were to look me up, you might see something like that. You might see something like that, because when I requested a superior officer, I was then arrested for that. You understand what I'm saying? I was then arrested for requesting a superior officer. You understand what I'm saying? Now, my thing is this, right? They never truly did a thorough investigation. And then after that, they're trying to get information from me as to what my information is, right? What's my name? What's the date of birth? All this other stuff. But I declined to giving it to them because they already had me in cuffs. Now, that is a sign of a true lawsuit in progress. You understand what I'm saying? So whenever you're ready to handle it, you can handle it. You can file a petition against that, because the reason you arrested me for it, right, was because you said what? That I gave you what? Information, or didn't disclose who I was to you. Listen, you didn't have a reason. You didn't have probable cause for the arrest. It wasn't even a Terry stop, a permittable Terry stop. You understand what I'm saying? So when I request a supervisor, then that's what I should get. I should get a supervisor, or I shouldn't get this officer lying to me and saying that they're going to get their supervisor out and never get them. I shouldn't get you know, doing an unlawful search and seizure of property, in which they did an unlawful search and seizure of my vehicle, took my briefcase, went through the whole briefcase, stole my birth certificate, stole my my certification of sovereignty. You understand what I'm saying? And stole a lot of those documents out of there. I know that they stole them and maybe threw them away, like they did with all my car keys from my Turo business. They threw my car keys away just to cost me money. Not only that, what they also did is they forced my vehicle to be repossessed, or to be towed to a certain location where you know, now I got to spend money to get it out. You understand what I'm saying? So these are the things that were done just in spite. You know what I mean? You can be the wrong color, get pulled over, and they'll do all of these things to you just because they just want to. They might be having a bad day. It's just too much authority, too much power, and they're starting to really overstep their boundaries. Now, that's what a lot of these statues get you. You understand what I'm saying? Now, one thing that I really want to make clear is that when I say that, you know, not only can I maneuver right in this country as who I am, Ryan McClain, but also it has been declared that my name is Bragg Benny Israel Bey. And this is by the International Courts of Justice. This is not based on the United States. This is through the international courts. So if I were to go ahead and look up my name, you would see me you'll pull up all of my information right there by just typing my name in. You can type in Bragg Benny Israel Bey, and you have a lot of information that shows up. Like, you know what? Let me share that with you. Because my thing is this, right? If somebody's trying to hide from you, then it's obvious that they're gonna, that you know what, they must be up to something. But when they're willing to fully disclose who they are, and they have it literally posted, like it's so much information about who I am, you can just literally Google me and you'll see all this information. Now, this is what I really want to show you. Now, this is company information as well, right? There's my LinkedIn as well. But my thing is that this is all public information. And if you do a quick Yahoo or Google search, you can see all of this, as well as, of course, corporate information here. Boom. You can see that this is a company that was formed underneath that name, right? But also, if you were to take a look at a lot of this stuff, you'll see now this is more than just this. This is a lot of information, but that's just like the surface level information. What I really want to show you guys is my court information and documentation, right? Where I was filing a lawsuit against the city of Macomb County. I wonder why it's not showing up here. Maybe I gotta let me go to Google, because Google is going to give you more accurate. This is Yahoo, and I don't really like Yahoo. But boom, I look me up. Got LinkedIn. You see here, Bay versus Macomb County. This is how it was filed in court. Okay, Bay versus Macomb County. If you look this up, you can see City of Warren. This is me filing a lawsuit against the defendant. This is a defendant, which is Van Dyke Dodge. You understand? And John Scott. Very, very well familiar. These are all the defendants, City of Warren. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I'm showing you guys this because he makes claims that people are hiding information. So now what I'm going to do is fully expose a lot of it. There's the case number. That's the case number you can refer to. This is the judge that was presiding over that case. You can see that there's a physical case that was filed in this under the name Barack Benny Israel Bay. As you can see, Bay versus Macomb County. Okay. And so I handle my own cases, of course. I do what I do, you know, and I do it. But this is an ongoing case. This is an ongoing thing. Now, one thing that I really want to show you guys is this, right? Is First Republic Registrars Foundation. If you were to go to the First Republic Registrars Foundation, this is a foundation, First Republic. Let me see. This is a Registrars Foundation that is over in that's overseas. It's actually international. It's an international foundation that actually does sovereignty paperwork and things like that. Let me go ahead and, because this right here is something that that I really want to pull up, because like I said, you can see all of this. You have all of this information that's public knowledge and that you would see directly. There's no reason to hide it, right? Registrars Foundation. As I'll pull this up, let me go ahead and do this. This is all public information. So now when you're in court and somebody claims as though like, okay, this name was like this. No, it's the truth. If I were to show it to you in this setting, then you would know like, okay, hold up. Yeah, hold on. This is accurate information. It's just based on it being filed in the county. FRRF. Man, I hate when things don't just pop up when you need it to. So I want to show this as proof that, you know, a lot of this stuff that they talk about. Now, a lot of y'all probably wouldn't know what a First Republic Registrars Foundation is or what it does. As you can see, I'm here at the website now. What they do is they do sovereignty paperwork. They do identification cards. They do a lot of this stuff, y'all. And so this is based on international. Okay, this is internationally, meaning they cover all states that are part of the union. Okay, so they are over in the UK. They're in the United Nations. Okay, they are backed by the international courts. So this thing governs internationally. You understand? So right now, if I wanted to take the United States to court, right, to a sovereign court, I can be able to do so in the international courts of justice. That's where they hold a lot of sovereignty hearings, right? But one thing that I really want you guys to know is who are the members. A lot of times you can just go here and you can research it, right? You can look this stuff up. This is all public. Now, this right here, you would have to do more like a deeper dive, right? If you really wanted to know who a person really is. This is a deeper dive into it. Now I'm deep diving into myself. Okay, I'm deep diving into myself, but I'm going to look my name up, and this is where I should find it. If anybody is a registered, look, I'm already popping up right there. Okay, and so I'm here, Barack Benny Israel Bay. Now I'm going to click on this particular thing if I can be able to show it. I wanted to show you, of course, in this. You see that I'm registered here and that I have a certificate. My certificate number is SOV 377462. That's what I'm here in the First Republic Registrars Foundation as as a registered sovereign. You understand what I'm saying? So I've declared my sovereignty through the International Courts of Justice in the First Republic Registrars Foundation. That makes sense. Now this is something that's totally private, right? That I'm actually making public right now. This is something that is completely private, something that you're all able to do. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times, if you're living in a new county, you have to publicly file it in the county's office, right? The county clerks, so they'll have notice. And if you have not done so, if you face a court order to be able to present yourself, present your case, you'd have to come with this particular documentation, right? To come with this sovereignty paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Sovereignty, trust, and aligned titles, right? This is registered listings. This is registered listings, certified sovereigns, okay? And so, like I said, I'll look my name up, I'll pop up right there as a certified sovereign through the International Courts of Justice in the First Republic Registrars Foundation. I don't talk about it a lot. I don't disclose the information often, but you know, when people are interested in it, this is part of the things that I actually introduced them to is the First Republic Registrars Foundation, right? And they govern over a lot. They produce a lot. Now, if I were to show you my sovereignty certificate, it would state right there that not only was my name what it was, Ryan McClain, but also that from here and moving forward, it would be my name would be Barak Beni Israel Bey. You understand what I'm saying? Now, that's something that I also can be able to prove. These are receipts that honestly I don't mind showing. I don't mind showing the receipts to it. I don't mind showing exactly who I am. I don't mind telling you, hey, yes, so of course, I've run into some things and had to actually fix that, right? Or have to prove my innocence, because you're guilty until you prove innocence, right? Here in this country, you're guilty until you prove your innocence. So I don't have nothing to hide. I can go into even more deep details and actually show you proof documentation as to why I can do what I do, right? And I can do the same thing in courtrooms. But you see that this is a small portion as to why I'm registered here and my name will appear here as such. Now, when these people actually arrested me and took me in, they had no clue. They still were dumbfounded as to who I am. My thing is that you don't really disclose or give them too much information, because if you haven't done anything wrong, then they need to express, hey, this is the reason why I've stopped you. And the reason he gave me was because he thought I was speeding. Well, he didn't have anything to clock my speed, but also I wasn't speeding. I wasn't driving erratic. He decided he really wanted to pull me over. And the reason why he decided he wanted to do so is because he wanted to check my credentials. You understand what I'm saying? The plate on the back wasn't fastened to it. So that's the reason why he should have said, hey, this is the reason why I'm pulling you over. Okay, great. Well, I have all of that here within the vehicle. Expressed that to him. He still wanted to go about doing things the way he wanted to do it. You understand what I'm saying? Which having a license plate on the back of your vehicle is not a crime. There's no crime that comes from that. It's a commercial code violation. He should let you off with a warning. If not a warning, you should get a ticket. It is what it is, right? He decided to take me to jail and then to put a case on me because I asked him for a supervisor. So let's continue with this thing, right? Shout out Pastor Rufus. Welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Now, I really want to share that. And the main reason why I wanted to share that is because I don't mind talking about what the facts are. I don't mind talking about what the truth is. I don't mind showing my actual certification, my sovereignty certification, so you all can be able to take a look and actually see how that thing it looks, and it's legit. Of course, the physical copy has been stolen by law enforcement because it was in my briefcase, but they stole it out of there. And I believe that they're just trying to hide or cover up the fact that they were wrong. You understand what I'm saying? Because I had documentation and paperwork to prove who I was. And I had my birth certificate authenticated right in my briefcase. And that came up missing during that stop as well. So when he talks about that, that's the only thing that I can be able to think of. Police officers ain't always in the right when they stop you. When they do certain things and pursue certain measures, they are not in the right. Not all the time. 95% of the time, they have done something that the prosecution office has to clean up. They gotta come back and clean that shit up because they done wrong. I've been through it multiple times. You understand what I'm saying? But let's continue with this thing, because sometimes we have a problem with understanding. So, I'm talking about referring to Dow in this situation. Before you do anything, you first gain an understanding as to what you're doing. You want to gain an understanding. Why do I need to hold this position? Let me go talk to this individual about it. See what truly happened. You get what I'm saying? Especially if it's not very clear, because we all know what's up. Let's continue with this video, y'all.
On and on and on. You can find out that these people are really, truly not who they say they are, and you cannot verify it. In this ministry right here, we have people who are veterans. We have people that are ex-professionals. All right. So you have people that one time they used to be active duty, and you have one time that people that used to be active on the professional football field. And you can go back and you can look up their lives. You can peer into their lives, and you can literally see that if they tell you something, they said it, they've done it. They've been there and they've done it. You can verify it. You can verify it. Also, you can also begin to trust what these people are saying, because you can tell that they're not selling wolf tickets. They've had the experience. They've been there. I remember one time I was telling some people about my experience when I was in 82nd Airborne Division, and immediately somebody comes on here and they says, Pastor Dow, don't let him fool y'all. He ain't never been in no 82nd Airborne Division. He don't know nothing about it. He ain't never jumped out of no airplanes, blase, and all this other stuff. I go, and this, now mind you, this is why.
Now let me tell you this, right? I had an individual contact me about Dow's credentials in the Army, right? And based on his uniform, this, that, and the third. Well, before I gave it any life, I wanted to investigate what this individual was talking about. And they were presenting the information as though they wanted me to cover it here on the War Sheet podcast in regards to him saying that he was something that he truly wasn't. I wasn't going to just run with it. I wasn't going to just take the information that was given and say, you know what, I'm going to talk about it. No, I want to investigate what's going on first. I want to see exactly, is the person saying what they're saying, is it true or is it false? What's going on truly with this situation? Me doing my investigations on that, I'm not going to cover until I'm done. Until I've been presented with all the facts, all of the information. You understand what I'm saying? And it just lines up plumb, right? So when brother Odell or brother Charlie, when he came and he brought the information and background on the 501c3 situation, I just read through it and saw in the disclosure of facts that they claim to have a 501c3. I'm like, okay, well, that's all I need to know, because they wrote it out that there's a 501c3 present. I even have information on some of their leadership within Straightway that I have not spoken about publicly. And the reason why I haven't spoken about it publicly is because some of it is a little bit older. You know, they may have gotten into a bit of trouble in the past. It's some things that they had on their record that they're in leadership of Straightway, and they currently have these things in the present. But I wasn't going to bring or disclose that information yet, because I think that the Most High told me that it wasn't time to. You understand? But now that I'm hearing what he's talking about and the rhetoric that he's saying, I see why Yah didn't want me to talk about some people he have in leadership and their public record as to what they've been doing. Now, we all know that Muir beat the hell out of his son. Okay. We all know that Muir beat the shit out of that boy. And I can't say that I've ever done that to a child or to anyone that I had to go to court and, you know, that I got locked up for. I can't say that I've ever been in jail for that type of thing, that I've been locked up for put my hands on a child. Because I haven't. Now, we do have other individuals who have done that. We have other individuals who are in leadership for Straightway that have done other things that are unbecoming. You understand what I'm saying? So my thing is this, right? If you're going to speak about a topic and you're going to say things that allude to exposure, then you got to also look within your own camp. Like, who else around you may be dealing with certain things? You know what I mean? Because if that information comes out to show you to be an even bigger hypocrite, right? Then that looks even bad for you. And here you are still doing the same shit, still going with certain information without getting everybody's opinion, without actually getting the facts. You're bringing more BS out without getting all the facts first and reporting on all the facts. You understand what I'm saying? A wise man will inquire about all the information before he starts to go run his mouth and talk about it. But for some reason, it escapes, certain individuals. It escapes him. It escapes Dow. You understand what I'm saying? He don't truly understand that I need to actually get all my facts first and understanding as to why this, that, and the third. Let me go and talk to this individual. Let me go, especially if you ain't got the whole story. You understand what I'm saying? And you're dealing with a wicked ass system that will place or levy charges that are false on another individual. And then you'll go and talk about it as though it's facts. That's the reason why I say you are guilty until you prove your innocence here in this country. This is another example of narcissistic behavior. The need to be right, You go through great lengths to prove that you are right about something that you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Let's continue. We're gonna wrap it up here soon because I'm gonna spend a bit of time on this, but not all
I
day.
believe on that video, the first thing I did was I went and showed everybody my certificate or quote unquote diploma from jump school down at Fort Benning. And of course, then you can go out on eBay or anywhere or Amazon or any of these places you can buy jump wings. Anybody can buy jump wings, man, and you can say that. But then I started talking about certain things that is associated with being a paratrooper. You know, what is your 4 point of contact? What is a D-ring attacher strap? And then I started talking about just different stuff. You understand what I mean? What is JMPI? I started talking about what happens during a night jump. And mind you,
when there's a strong connection between a therapist and a client,
you can actually even I got a DD-214. You can actually go peer back into that, and you can see even stuff that I did when I was in high school. All right, you can tell that I ran track. It's in a newspaper. You can see it. It's there. So if I tell you something, I've done it. I pretty much have done it.
Speed this up,
and
real
then
quick.
I can go on and on and on and on and on. And of course, you know, especially being in the ministry, I've been in the ministry for 33 years now, and everything that I say, not only do I help people that I can pick up the phone and use and get verification, but I can show you the place, show you pictures, show you times, and show you things that I've done.
This is not the problem. The problem isn't any of these things. You understand what I'm saying? The power all but lost, right? And I don't know if you clearly hearing anybody who's been speaking on some of your issues here, Dow. I don't know if you like actually hearing them out.
Hey boy, am I talking too fast for you or something?
Like, you gotta know that none of these things that you're bringing up currently have anything to do with the things with the charges that have been levied against you of adultery, of all these different things that have been said that you've been done, of being a warmonger. You understand what I'm saying? Constantly beefing with person after person after person. I can't say that I've been on here online finding people that I can be able to beef with. The only person that I really rebuke on here is you. Is Pastor Dow and in the Straightway Truth Ministries. A lot of individuals in Straightway and Pastor Dow have done some things that are very that is hypocrisy, that has been hypocritical, that have been very undermining. You understand what I'm saying? And we were to take into account all of these great men who have dealt with law enforcement, with authority figures, and have been put in jail for it. There's no comparisons, right? Because you're amongst a great set of people who have seen the inside of a jail cell. You understand what I'm saying? So let's report on something that's actually worth doing. You know what I mean? If you find somebody who's talking about you being an adultery, but really they're an adulterer themselves, then why not talk about that? Oh, I got information on that. Okay, great. Me personally, there's nothing that I'm not willing to talk about. Some things that I don't speak about, because if you ask me, I'm going to tell you the truth about it. But there is no reason for me to get out here and pour out my whole life detail by detail. I just know me personally, I'm on a different path. I'm on a different journey that Yah has me on, and learning different things that has gained me a wealth of knowledge, right? That I can be able to now give to the next generation, that I can now give to other individuals to help them survive a situation, to help them power through a situation, to help them understand and have truth and knowledge and be able to stand on integrity, to be able to stand on morals, to be able to stand on values within their own life. It's going to come a time where we're all going to need that information. We're going to need that level of courage. You understand me? But when you haven't experienced anything in life and you have not taken on the system the way that I have, right? You can't call yourself to be called. You can't call yourself to be doing anything. You can't call yourself to be somebody's judge if you have not been through it. You understand what I'm saying? You can't call yourself to do anything but to say, you know what? Individuals have different paths. Not only that, you go on to say, oh, well, what type of man are you? You haven't seen the inside of a jail cell. You know, after Kabir is getting arrested for, I guess, not being compliant, then you go on to say, Dow, here he is saying, well, in court, I don't even stand up. I just sit there. But then you have, now you're saying all of this in regards to somebody getting in some sort of entanglement with the system. Which one are you going to be? Are you going to be pro the system? Are you going to be pro, fighting against? Are you going to be pro fighting against the system, the intergovernmental system, and wanting to affect change? Which one are you going to do? Are you affecting change within an intergovernmental system? Or are you going to be pro the system? Like you need to be doing everything they say. They don't mean everything good for you. You understand? Let's continue with this video, y'all. Let's continue.
You can trust what I'm saying because I can do it. Same thing with people like Elder Kabir and Rob Mathis and them, and Daniel Muir and TJ Clemens and them. Hey, they can, if they tell you they've been to this school, this college, you can look it up. A lot of people say they've been to school. You can't find nothing about them. So what do you do about people who exaggerate experiences and exaggerate lifestyles? What are they trying to accomplish, and what picture are they trying to paint? I'll tell you what I think they're trying to do. I've never been on that side of the street, but I can tell you what they're trying to do. There has to be some envy and some jealousy working down in there. And they're trying to sell.
All right. So I can only think about this being Pastor Rufus he's talking about. I can't think about in regards to schooling. I can't think about it being anybody else. You understand what I'm saying? For the simple fact that, yeah, why would he? You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, could it be Brother Nick? I don't know. You understand what I'm saying? But this shotgun method that he uses, in every scenario, that it says a lot. You understand what I'm saying? Why not just shoot it straight? If you say that somebody's lying about their credentials, why not just tell us who the hell may be lying about it? You understand what I'm saying? So the individual can address it if they feel they need to. Like, honestly, I don't see why not. But the way that you're approaching this whole situation just leaves a lot of open-ended questions. Why are you speaking on this topic? Why are you actually giving us this, this, that, and the third? Like somebody is supposed to be timid in regards to whatever happened within their past or whatever they're currently dealing with or whatever they're currently suffering through or whatever it may be. Why are you taking a position as to where now all of a sudden somebody needs to be nervous? Which I'll talk about whatever topic. Bring it out. We're going to have a discussion on it. But selling wolf tickets. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, I got this from my Isha. I got this term from my Isha. Yeah. Because that turn the head, right, is going to tell you some shit so you can go and run your happy ass over to YouTube and talk about it.
Brother, hey, can you get my demo tape to somebody?
Sometimes you got to just slap the shit out of people. Slap some sense into them. Because my thing is this, right? How do you not know that you need to do thorough investigations on situations before you start to speak on it? Or if you're going to speak on a topic and situation, grab your nuts, grab your balls, man, grab your nuts, name names, say what you got to say, bring up the topics. You understand what I'm saying? And address the individuals directly. Stop with all this shotgun shit. You understand what I'm saying? There's situations that you need to do a shotgun method and you don't need to do them every time. You understand what I mean? If everybody needs to learn from it, then shotgun that shit. But this right here, this conversation didn't need a shotgun method. It didn't need a cryptic speech. Oh, this, that, and the third. You'll see that this, you'll see that. Nigga, say what you gotta say. Stop holding that shit so deep in you. God damn, say what you gotta say, bro. Grab your nuts, say what you gotta say so it can be addressed. It's just that simple. It's very simple. When I get on here and I talk about situations, I say what the hell I got to say. And I direct it. And I'll tag your ass in it all at the same time. Like, yeah, nigga, this is what I said. And I'll stand on that shit every single time. I'll stand on that shit until you can come up with some receipts.
And I'm gonna stand on that. Okay. And they can get in my DM. You can get in my DM all you want every day.
I'm gonna stand on that shit. You can jump in my DM all you want every day. You can call it keyboard warrior or not. I don't give a damn. But the biggest keyboard warrior that I've been seeing here thus far is Dial. He been talking shit since 98. You understand what I'm saying? Bro, been talking shit. Bro, as soon as you hit YouTube, you seem to be the most humble slice of pie to hit YouTube. And then next thing you know, you saw that it garnered you more attention. You got more attention when you started shit with other people. When you start talking shit and starting shit with other pastors or other whatever, you saw that it got you more attention, that it gained you more of a platform. That's what you did. I know what you did. That's what you did. That was the game plan. That was the strategy. So when shit starts to seem like the tide is getting low, Dial. When the shit starts to seem like it's getting low, then guess what? You gotta spark another beef. Find somebody, anybody who got a following, who's got some backing by other individuals who follow their track record, who follow their work, right? And then you go start shit with them. Go start talking shit about them. Don't even go to the individual personally, right? Who seem to brought offense against you. You're not exposing them for shit, and you're not asking them to repent. You just saying, oh, I'll debate you. All this beefing. You understand what I'm saying? For nothing. We've improved it time after time after time. I haven't seen nobody do it quite the way that you do, where you're finding people literally to beef with so you can get your numbers up. So let's go ahead. Let's stop being a pot that calls the kettle black. You understand what I'm saying? When people come to you and they start rebuking you, start asking you for repentance, start asking you to come clean about this shit, then all of a sudden now the narrative changed. You flip the script. Now all of a sudden now, oh, well, they just trying to get name off of, oh, they just trying to, they're just trying to come up off my name. I know that I'm Pastor Dow, bro. Your name is not that big, bro. Your name is not that big. You feel what I'm saying? You're not that large. You feel me? Not as a TDJ, such all those Stan, the rest of these motherfuckers out here who's doing a lot of wicked shit. You still on a smaller scale, fam. So I wouldn't give myself more credit than what I deserve. You feel me? But if you also operate in wickedness, and man, this is my brother. I respected Pastor Dow's to where, you know, I looked up to him as a man, right? Saw that this was this is a man right here. He'll stand on his shit. You understand what I'm saying? Later to find out that, bro, you'll be a coward in every situation that you come across. Things change when you learn more. You understand what I'm saying? But me personally, I'm just the type of dude who don't give a damn. I don't care if you are the intergovernmental system. I'm going to stand on my shit. I'm going to stand on my square. I'm going to grab my nuts and I'm going to let you know what the hell it is. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is because I've already done it. Until you've been tested and proven in that area, you can't come and talk no shit. You can't say a goddamn thing. You can't tell me about what you would do come the end times and you wouldn't accept the mark of the beast or you would fight against the system if you've never done it. If you've never done it, if you never had an opportunity where you had to stand strong, where you had to be put in a solitary confinement and for refusing to do certain things, being locked down and shit like that. If you can't tell me that you've done that, then how can you really be confident in it? If you haven't been tested in it yet. If the Most High have not tested you in that way of going against the system, you going to showing up to court to sit your ass down in a chair ain't got nothing to do with you rebelling against the system or showing that you can be able to fight against the systematic oppression. You can't tell me that that's what that is, because the moment they give you that backlash and the shit really start coming down, and I'm pretty sure they didn't say nothing to you. You're an older man. They don't know your health issues. They're not going to be sitting there pressing the matter, but let your ass be in handcuffs. And you have to go through that. And you have to, rise. And then you remain seated while you're in handcuffs. See if that bailiff don't come walking over to your ass and telling you get the hell up. Now you're going to have some pushback. Now you're going to have some resistance. I promise you, I've been in courtrooms where I was not arrested, right? And I'm just here and I'll just set my ass down and let everybody else stand up. They don't give you no goddamn pushback. They don't even notice that you're there half the time. You understand what I'm saying? They don't care. But it lets you be somebody who's standing on trial, right? Who got handcuffs and they feel like they got ownership over your vessel. Guess what? It's going to be problems. See how well you fare in them. Prove it. That's what I'm saying. Prove what you're saying. Don't be sitting here just shotgunning everything. Just that and the third, like a nigga supposed to be caring. Like it's like somebody's supposed to be scared. Something's really wrong with your mindset. And thinking that, if I just put this out here, whoop tickets.
Something is wrong here. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
Thank you very much.
That tells me a lot about who you are as a man. If you can't name names, if you can't put it all out there, you want to name all this shit. Oh, this person got this going on. If you really truly look behind them and you do the background check, I don't give a goddamn what you do. You can look it up. You can search it. All my shit out there in public. I promise you this, though. I promise you the next person that goes along and has to go through what I have to go through, they'll be much better equipped to go through it, because I had to use myself as a guinea pig first. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't use somebody else. I didn't go building whatever I needed to build, all my whatever knowledge that I had off of somebody else's experience. I wouldn't experienced it myself. I went through it myself, and I stood strong in that. The Most High put me through it, and He put me through the test. And I was able to come out the other end with His glory, with an accomplishment that I can give Him glory in. He freed me from that. He brought me through this. You understand what I'm saying? That's what it is. And if I got anything to say about you, if I disagree with who you are as a man, I'm going to tell you. Whether it be to your face, which, you know, garnered why I had so many issues with not only with some of the brothers that's in Michigan, because honestly, I was keeping it a buck with them too. I had a brother who constantly kept a grudge against me because I rebuked the shit out of him. And then when he didn't bring it to me, but he was talking about it with all these other brothers gossiping and shit, I came to him again. Brother, what's up? He never addressed it. He never addressed the problems, but he held on to the offense. Gave him plenty of opportunities to address it. He was just scared. I don't know. He was afraid. He's terrified. But these are some of the signs that you see. Same thing in Houston. Listen, I'll come to you directly in Houston, pull you aside. Yo, bro, I seen this, that, and the third. That's what I'll do. It is what it is. If I see something wrong, I'm going to talk to you about it. But I'm just the type of man that if you talk to me about it, I'm not going to be butthurt about it. I'm not going to be, you know, tighten the ass about it. I don't really care about none of that, right? I'm going to listen what you got to say. And then if it has some validity, if it has some truth to it, I'm going to hold fast to it. But if it don't have any truth to it, I'm not going to hold that shit. We're going to have a conversation. It's just facts. You understand what I'm saying? If I disagree, I disagree. But eventually we're going to part ways and I'm just going to disagree. We're going to have disagreement. But don't mean that we're not brothers at the end of the day. It don't mean that we're not family, whatever it may be at the end of the day. It still is what it is. We just have a difference in opinions about the situation. I'm not going to treat you no different. In fact, if you repent, I'll forget all about the whole situation. I don't even keep that and hold that against you. When you repent, that shit is dead to me after that. It's dead to me completely. You understand what I'm saying? I don't even remember it. But if you're failing to repent, you're failing to bring it up, you're failing to actually address the situation, the circumstance, and you're failing to take accountability, then we have a problem. And it's just what it is. We got a problem because now it's like you're spitting in Ya's face. Now it's like we have unresolved issues. Now we have to thin this out. When it says that, you know, in the book, it says that do not let the sun go down on your wrath. But you come out here now and you start to speak about situations almost as though somebody is supposed to get timid behind what you're saying. Like somebody is supposed to be nervous now. Oh man, this, that, and the third. You do a background check. I don't give a damn. Listen, you come ask me about it. I'm not going to hide it from you. It's just that simple. Just as though I literally just showed you a part of my life that I don't talk about often. You understand what I'm saying? I don't talk about it often, but this is a part of my life. There's nothing wrong. I can reveal it to you. I can put it all out there. I can go step by step as to what this is. And then guess what? You won't have to pay $100 for it. If I was wrong in a video, right, or in the audio, and I played you back the audio and you said, you know what, bro, I think that you probably should have handled it like this. I got no problem with saying, you know what? All right, I understand that. Let me go and repent. This is not the same with Dial. And it's obvious because you got to pay $100 in order to hear an audio. Rather than him presenting it to you, so you can form your own decisions and opinions, right? As to if Pastor Roof is maybe selling wolf tickets or not. You understand what I'm saying? I'm behind, y'all. My thing is this, right? A lot of this is very interesting to me. And it's disappointing. So the passion that you see, the way that I address certain things is my level of disappointment in the situation. Because once you've seen this, you've seen somebody as being a man. Okay, that's a man right there. You turn out that this man definitely ain't who he presented himself to be. He presented himself to be a genuine man's man. And then come turn around, this guy truly ain't that at all. You understand what I'm saying? That is disheartening. And you start to realize that a lot of individuals around him are just yes men. You understand what I'm saying? That's going to agree to everything. That's why when you see the situation, right, where he starts talking about giving everybody in America $1 million, and if he was a billionaire, he'd give them $1 million, and he was totally off about the math on that. And not only off about the math, but actually the outcome of solving homelessness or whatever he's saying he's going to solve. The outcome and the math were completely off. If you gave everybody in America $1 million because you're a bit whatever you're talking about, if you gave everybody in America $1 million, you would actually accelerate the problem. You'll be hyperinflation. The dollar bill would tank, right? And go into, listen, a fraction of what it's worth. You would literally destroy the economy and the country all at the same time. Giving them all $1 million. Not only that, you will increase the level of the rate of death by drugs, by narcotics. You will increase the rate. More people will start to overdose more. Why? Because they're spending all that money on drugs. So you increase the issue. You increase the problem. You'll have more dope addicts that are wandering in the streets. You just effectively make it worse. You can't give everybody in America $1 million. Now everybody needs $1 million in America because they would literally destroy themselves and destroy the country. You understand what I'm saying? You can see that with people who win the lottery, who go broke, right? At least after a few months to a year of winning the lottery, millions of dollars. A lot of them may have gotten a drug habit and actually overdose on drugs. You can see that that'll be the outcome. But also, of course, his math was totally off. But everybody in the room started to clap and agree with it, right? Yes, men agreeing with everything that's being said from this man. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I hold fast to the belief that everybody that's in leadership, all of those yes men around him,
is turned into bitch ass niggas.
Because I think there was only one individual who actually said something, and I believe it was Ariel. I believe it's Eric Gonzalez's son, who actually said, "Hey, that's a little off." And then in the comment section, they had to fix that math. You know what I mean? But this is some of the things that you notice and you realize that really, really disappoint you when it comes to individuals that you may see as, I've never idolized anybody. I've never said, hey, this is my idol. This is who I look up to or anything like that, because I know that men are men. And I've always had this level of distinction between divine and flesh. You understand what I'm saying? So, but I did look at models. You understand what I'm saying? Since I was a child, I've always thought like what it meant to be an actual a good man. You know what I mean? Like in society. And I remember I joined the Men of Honor. It was a club. I was in elementary school and I joined the Men of Honor, understanding how to conduct yourself as a man, understand how to dress, how to behave, how to conduct yourself, how to, I believe they had I believe it was an Elegant Sisters or something like that, an Elegant Girl, whatever. They had another counterpart, group that was only with girls, and they actually had us do proper etiquette, like dining out. This is something that I carried with me for quite some time, like till now, right? I've carried that experience with me as to where once you show up to a dinner with the young lady, how to pull that chair out, what position the forks and the spoons should be in, where you have first the 3-course meals, things that you typically wouldn't learn if you like a black boy from the hood. You understand what I'm saying? If you're a black boy that's from the hood or something like that, and you typically wouldn't learn it because maybe your parents are always working, that's the type of stuff that they showed you there. You understand what I'm saying? Stuff that mattered, right? Or maybe your parents wasn't necessarily familiar with that. This is the type of stuff that they taught you. And when I remember that, right, as from being that young to seeking that type of way of life, I'm just like, wow, since I was a child, I've been seeking how to be a man. You understand what I'm saying? Like I've been seeking how to properly conduct myself, how to be a gentleman, and things like that. And that's one of the biggest things, right? So, but there was nobody who's idolized. It was just the seeing the examples and wanting to imitate the example, right? But when you're a man who's presented himself to be somebody that you're truly not, then that's where it becomes to be disappointing. That's where it becomes to be disappointing, is because you have young men who are looking up to the older men to follow after certain footsteps. But when you start to see that older man may be an older fool, then you want to pull back from it. And you might even want to reach out to him and touch him on the shoulder and say, hey, man, you're supposed to be doing it like this, right? Like, why can't we do it like that? Like, I want to help you along. Like, yo, I'm seeing this and that. People are saying this, that, and the third. Can we do better? Can we do better? And that's what I'm asking Dow. Can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? That's all I want to know. At the end of the day, Dow, can you do better? You understand what I'm saying? That's all I care about. Or do you don't know good?
Don't you know no good? Don't you know no good?
Now, all of my jokes, okay, all of the things that I've said is just simply because we tried the other direction. We've tried, entreating. We've tried those things. But to make fun of it, to rebuke, to openly reprove, to joke about it, keeps you from bitterness, and also maybe quite possibly will penetrate the barrier through your mind, that thick ass skull you got, that you can realize that somebody is saying something that has some validity to it that may make you want to change. Now we have a whole situation, right? And I know I said I wasn't going to spend a whole lot of time on this, and I'm not. I'm going to be done here soon. But my thing is this: like, we have a certain situation in regards to Michigan and his claims that Michigan never left Straightway, and that Michigan is still a part of Straightway, and they have a lasting relationship. I'm gonna speak on that once more. My thing is this, right? When you've been told, yes, all of Michigan left Straightway, like I've been told that. When rhetoric is that they don't want anything to do with Straightway at the moment, and I'm not mad about them being there. My concerns is that somebody's saying one thing, but truly it's a whole different story behind the scenes. Somebody's not being told something. It's either Dow has it wrong, or Juan is not disclosing all of the information to Dow, or he doesn't have the heart to tell him. But that right there is something that I do not see as being honorable. That is not an honorable thing to do. And addressing that openly and saying, hey, this is completely off. This is the wrong information. No, Michigan did leave at some point, but we decided we wanted to change our mind and come back. But at this point, yeah, we did decide we wanted to leave. We were gone. Or saying like, no, we're still not a part of Straightway. Those things to clarify information, to clean this up, would be the most honorable thing that can be done, because you went around telling individuals that Michigan is gone. Michigan has left. Accountability is meant across the board, right? So if I gave information that may have been false information to somebody, right, and they start saying that false information, right, publicly, and then now you got Dow coming out saying, oh, that was all wrong, despite what we may have heard, then I implore you, then the onus is on you to take accountability and address the situation, because somebody got some false information here. And the reason why I'm speaking on this is because Brother Juan was a brother who I spent much time with. I spent much time with the brother. And my thing is this, right? I will want to know that, of course, everything that's been said was not false. I will want to know that what you're speaking on and what you've been speaking on was factual and true. I don't want us out here who spoke on Michigan leaving to be made to be some sort of liar. Like we've lied. Like we haven't been forthcoming. And this is the narrative that's being spent behind what was being told to the public. You understand what I'm saying? That just makes everybody look bad who's spoken on the topic and situation, who's reported on Michigan leaving. So the most honorable thing to do is not only fully disclose what the status was to Dow, but also to the public, to the people that you actually talked to, that you said that you left. Like, you got to come clean about that. Like, if you are not telling the truth or being forthcoming, say that. You understand what I'm saying? But if you were also not communicating with Dow in regards to what your status was in Michigan, also say that. Don't be sitting here trying to play both sides of the fence or trying to appease consciences on both sides of the fence. That's just not what we do as men. You understand what I'm saying? You either choose one or the other. You understand what I'm saying? There's no lukewarm. There's either hot or cold. And then if somebody is saying something, despite what we may have heard, Michigan is still here. Listen, clarify that. Clarify it. You feel me? Because somebody got the wrong information. And I'm only talking about this particular situation because people got to understand that is unethical. You can't play both sides of the fence, or you can't give false information, or you can't do certain things. Somebody is lying on it, and then you don't speak up about it. You don't say, hey, man, quickly go to the individuals and start talking about it. Like, I don't know why he's saying that. Can we address this? You understand what I'm saying? Or go to Dow yourself and talk to him personally and say, hey, I think you've gotten this wrong. We did leave for a time, but we are deciding to return. That's what it is. But we did leave though. So that wasn't incorrect. Clear that up with him so he don't have to worry about coming out here spinning this false narrative that Michigan never left. You understand what I'm saying? When we know for a fact that Michigan left. So that's all I really got to say about that situation as well. You understand me? Honesty, being transparent. Those are all things that are very important. Let's see what y'all talking about. Y'all know I'm behind, so I'm gonna roll through a few comments. He mad because they can't find info on me, especially where I went to school. Yeah, I kind of figured that's what the situation was, is that he's trying to do some deep dives or whatever he feel like he's doing. He is deflecting. Absolutely. He's trying to find ways out. You understand what I'm saying? To school, college, rolling on the floor. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That came from Nelly. She street or one of the young ones. Mother Carol don't talk like that. I'd bet on it. Yeah, it could be Nelly or Summer. It's either one of the, or Summer, or you know what I mean. I would think Summer. He likes Summer. He seems to be around her a lot. He has no balls. Yeah, I would venture off to say that, yeah, nutless. You know what I'm saying? My college was a small Christian school with 241 students at that time in 1991. The name of the school has changed 3 times since. You think I'm going to tell them that, though? Let them keep looking. Yeah, let them keep looking. My thing is that when you don't get the full story and you come out here and start running your mouth, it really is honestly an assumption. You're assuming, presuming something that's not true. But an assumption makes an ass out of you and me. You understand what I'm saying? You can't assume anything, right? You can't act presumptuously or through assumptions, right? Assuming and presuming that's something in the way that it is. It just on outwardly appearance, right? On its face, it might look that way, but really behind the scenes is something totally different. That you need to come and talk about it like a man, meaning you need to grab your goddamn nuts, say names, name names, and put it all out there. It's just that simple. It's just very simple to do. You understand what I'm saying? It's very simple to do.
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Listen, it's very simple to do. It's to be very direct. Same thing with anybody. If you find information on an individual, why not bring it to them? Why not say, hey, man, I've seen this, man. What's going on? I've never came out here and said that, my record is completely clear. Like, listen, I ain't never been to jail before. If I said that publicly and you found information behind the scenes, I can see you bringing that information forth. Never said that. In fact, I've been very transparent about my experience in being falsely accused of what they would consider to be a crime, right? Being falsely accused, and my transparency on how the system works. Literally, if they can give it to you, they can take it away from you. It doesn't mean it is yours. If they can give you a title and a deed, right, or if they can give you a driver's license, then they can take that away from you. Is it yours? If they can give you a CCW, a carry concealed weapons license, right, which you don't need a license to carry a firearm. You know what I mean? That's your Second Amendment right, and it didn't explicitly explain how you should carry this firearm. They just said you have a right to bear arms. You understand what I'm saying? But if they can give you a license to carry a concealed weapon, they consider it to be a weapon, not a firearm. You see now how we playing word games, how we get into semantics in court. if they can consider it to be a weapon, meaning it could be anything, it could be a bat, it could be a knife, it could be anything. They consider that to be a weapon. It only becomes a weapon if you've used it in a crime. So we got to understand that too, right? You got to understand the difference between a firearm and a weapon. Now, if that firearm was used to commit robbery, then it's becoming a weapon because you've used it to do what? To do crime. So you got to understand the wordplay in courtrooms. The wordplay, what they try to rope you into. If you go to a state court and they start to consider you to be a parent in open court, then guess what? Then they can obviously infringe on your rights because they considered you to be a parent, which is a corporation. It's a company. But if you truly stand on what the truth is, then they'll know they have to back up and they can't have anything to do with the situation. I know this firsthand because I've done it. You understand what I'm saying? So much so that, the court had to be held behind my back without me knowing, without my knowledge, in order for anything to move forward. They had to do it behind my back. They had to secretly go and do it. You understand what I'm saying? Because if I was there, it would never move forward. It's just that simple. So we got to understand wordplay. Wordplay. It's just that simple, right? Y'all see Dial is another boom, boom, boom. Yeah, absolutely. Nick's video covered this subject well. Double-minded, unstable men would not die for their beliefs like the 7 sons in Maccabees. That's absolutely right. And my thing is that Gentlemen's Club, you mean? I believe it, okay. Yeah, I think it was it was called Men of Honor. But it was a gentleman's club. You can say that, but they called their association or their group. They call it the Men of Honor. The Men of Honor. And so they showed you how to be a gentleman, things to do as a gentleman, things like that. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Welcome in, Rebel of Almighty. Welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Yeah, bless you. Good to see you. Appreciate you and your support. I was just going to throw you in the moderator section. So if you're interested in that, let me know. Let me know if you're interested in being a mod. I was going to make you a mod. All right. Let's see. What else we got before we move on? So we got from Facebook. Welcome in. Good to see you over here. He's deflecting from talk about Nelly posting on that video, of course. So he's trying to find ways to exalt himself from being a hypocrite, right? Because he said that if you were to do it in his household, right? If a woman were to do it in his household, that he would publicly exploit her that mistake she made, and he would show her embarrassment, but then backdoor and said, since it was Nelly, you understand what I'm saying? Since it was Nelly, he backdoor and said, oh, well, she had to go through this, that, and the third. And I'm not going to say it publicly. You will never know what was being said, but da. You get what I'm saying? Now, that was something totally different. Now it was totally different. Now you're not going to expose her publicly. Okay. All right. Cool. I made a short video on that, how it just switched up so quick. So he don't have to call her out public. Yep. He don't have to call her out publicly like he do everyone else. Yeah. Why not? But the measure will be met back onto you. You understand what I'm saying? That's why if anything were to surface or research, listen, I'll take it. I'll take it on the chin. Fuck it. Listen, yeah, absolutely. You know what? My bad. But you would gain more respect from somebody who receives and takes accountability than you were somebody who's completely avoiding it. You understand what I'm saying? People will support you more when you are accepting accountability and showing forth fruits that meet the repentance than they would if you're just completely ignoring it and trying to hold and maintain your image, your public image. You understand what I'm saying? It just makes you seem more disingenuous. Hallelujah. Okay. Hallelujah. Absolutely. But that's my thing. That's my thing with this whole topic, with this whole situation, is that, now he's making claims in regards to trying to have some sort of dirt. Bro, ain't nobody coming to the public and making them believe something that ain't the truth. You understand what I'm saying? I've never said anything or alluded to anything about anything. In fact, I've been very open and honest. And when it comes to me dealing with the court system, the intergovernmental system, and how I have to go about doing it. Now, the intricate details are something totally different. Now, the intricate details of what I've been doing with the intergovernmental system would literally leave you stunned. You understand? It will blow your mind. Like literally, there's so much you could learn from it. I'm talking 6 prosecutors in, and they all didn't want anything to do with my case just based on the way that I approached it. My literal paper trail that I left behind. You understand what I'm saying? And they had to prove some sort of intent that they could never prove, right? Because of the simple fact that it wasn't there. They could not win the case. That's why I burnt through so many different prosecutors, not only because I understood and knew what I was talking about, but the Most High gave me the gifts of understanding, of knowing, of being able to study these things. He presented the information to me to study, to prepare me for certain scenarios and situations and circumstances. And I believe that genuinely, because I believe that a lot of the work that I've been able to accomplish over the past few years is going to be extremely valuable to people to preserve Israel for a bit longer, especially during the times of tribulations. I believe that that's going to be very, very valuable to people, like forming a trust and understanding how to do trust. I believe it's very valuable to individuals who don't wish to get screwed over, who want to be on the same playing field, but also want to be honest people, want everybody to have an honest opportunity. Like when you're dealing in trust and you're doing everything through trust, then it gives everybody an opportunity to have their fair shot. It puts everybody on a certain playing field. But not only that, but the government system, the intergovernmental system, they are terrified of numbers. They're strength in numbers, and they're terrified in numbers. You understand what I'm saying? If you got 15 people who are writing a petition to a court, you got to understand that that's a problem. That's going to be a problem for anybody. But if you got one person who's shouting in the wilderness alone, then they don't see that as a problem really. Until that one person makes it an even bigger problem, because he's waking up everybody else around him. That one individual is waking up everybody to see, and the veil has been removed. Hold on, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that, driving with a license is a privilege? It's a benefit and a privilege. You mean to tell me and it can be removed from you at any time? Well, damn, don't we got a lawful right to travel around, to move? You mean to tell me that, if I were to sign this contract to become a felon, that I've committed civil death, and that now I don't have any rights in the country to be able to do anything now, and all I got to do is refuse the contract? You understand? That's all I got to really do is refuse the contract and prove my case in court. No matter how small the situation is, a lot of police officers will arrest you based on false charges. They can never prove their case. But we got this conveyor belt of idiocy, right? Of people being idiots within courts. Now, idiot is the lack of knowledge, not the lack of intellect. You understand what I'm saying? Who don't know, right? And they just take on these plea deals without fully understanding what they're taking on. You understand what I'm saying? Now you have a what? Like, okay, so now you mean to tell me I was carrying a concealed weapon? Now I got a felony charge on my record because you claim that I was carrying a concealed weapon. Well, what does that charge have to be supported by? An actual body, an actual vessel, somebody you caused harm or loss to, right? In order to consider a weapon to be a weapon, what do you have to do with it? With the object? What do you have to do with that object? You have to actually commit a crime with it. You have to assault somebody. You have to steal somebody's property. You have to do something with it in order for it to be considered a weapon. Now, you can take a bat and beat somebody with it, stuff it in your pants and run off with it. When they pull you over, not only are you going to be charged with possibly voluntary manslaughter or assault, right, on the highest degree or whatever, but also carrying a concealed weapon, because a bat is a weapon. You understand what I'm saying? At that point, it's a weapon. But these people go and sign up for these plea deals, do time in jail or in prison, whatever it may be, saying they carried a concealed so-called weapon. But honestly, their CCW license was revoked because their ex-wife put a restraining order out on them, and then so the court system revoked it, and they never even knew. So they thinking they're carrying legally, right? And then next thing you know, they're getting some trouble behind it because the court system stripped that CCW from them, took that CCW from them, and they never had any knowledge of it, wasn't fully aware. That's the reason why in this court system, women have a certain power that men don't have, right? And it is unfair. And many people talk about it because you can affect a man's life greatly just by saying something to a court system, by pushing certain matters, by calling the police. You can really destroy a man's life by using the court system. You understand what I'm saying? Now, a lot of that is changing and people are crying about it because Trump took office and he's changing a lot of it now. So my thing is that, it just needs to be more fair. I don't care who changed certain things. If it's more fair, if it's more balanced to it, then it should be balanced. It should be more balanced. It should be more equal. You know what I mean? Than it is anything what it is now. And I'm going off on the tangent, but let's continue though. Let's continue, y'all. Yeah, for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Bless you for being willing to share it. Hallelujah. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. Yes. I don't believe in just vaguely talking about things, kind of how you seen with Dow. I don't believe in vaguely talking about things. I believe that if I'm going to talk about a situation or a topic, I'm going to discuss it. We're going to have a conversation about it because it's important for us to discuss. Man, I'm starting to think that, okay. Now, I want to move on to this next topic, y'all. The topic of Dow. Listen, if you guys if anybody wants to come in and talk about that for a quick second, then let's go ahead and have a conversation on it. And I don't mind. I'm gonna drop the link so you can speak publicly in regards to what your thoughts is on the whole Dow situation and what he's been saying in this. And I think honestly, he's communicating threats, to tell you the truth. He's threatening you. But grab your balls, man. Say what you gotta say. Name names, yo. I'm gonna rebuke you every time because it's like, yo, like, be a man. You feel me? Name names. Say what you gotta say, bro. Grab your nuts. But I think that that right there would not be beneficial to you, because I think more information about you will come out as well. Just because you haven't been caught for what you've done, don't mean that you ain't doing nothing wicked. Honestly, you're doing a lot of wickedness that I couldn't bring myself to do it. Like, honestly, I couldn't bring myself to take people's livelihood, even if it is $50,000. If it's 50,000, if it's 10,000, listen, $500. I can't bring myself to putting somebody off my land and only giving them 24 hours to 48 hours in order to vacate, especially if they got a family and everything, and they moved from overseas. I can't fathom the thought of doing that to another individual. So I'm sorry. I would refrain from wanting to do that at all costs. I would want to work with the individual to try to see what they can do to make arrangements for themselves, or I can make arrangements for them, meaning I'm paying for their flight back to Germany, or I'm paying for certain things to make sure that they're good to go, and they don't have to worry about certain stuff. That's my biggest thing. That's my biggest thing. So bless you. Shout out to Rebel Almighty. I believe reactions. Gifted a membership. Hallelujah. Thank you so much for gifting that membership. You guys come join us in there. Come join us in the membership club. Salute to everybody, man, who supports the podcast, who comes out, man, faithfully. Come flock with your boy. You know what I'm saying? So salute.
Carry on.
And carrying on, major. Let's go ahead and get it. So, all right. So we're going to move on to this next topic, y'all. I just wanted to quickly touch on that because you know what? Even though it wasn't something that I was looking to talk about today, I wanted to address it, and I wanted to show some receipts. So, hey, I'm willing to talk about it. I'm willing to have the conversation. I'm willing to tell the truth. Listen, I ain't got nothing to hide from nobody. But there is certain information that you just don't always just disclose to everybody and talk about it. You know what I'm saying? It's like you keep some shit about your life private, and he does the same thing. But that's a foolish man. A foolish man is somebody who uttereth all out of his lips. You understand what I'm saying? All right. We're going to move on to this next topic. Now, with this particular topic right here, man, listen, I found it to be very interesting how this all played out. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Daily Wire. I'm not too sure if you guys are familiar with that. But, before I leave off on my final topic for today, I wanted to address this particular situation because I thought it was pretty interesting how things unfolded. Okay. Now, I want you to know that there's a particular individual, right? It's a man who is the CEO of the Daily Wire. I believe that the Daily Wire, Candace Owens was also employed by the Daily Wire at one point, and then they let her go. They let her go because they said that she was saying certain things that are anti-Semitic. Now we know that Ben Shapiro is a Jew. He's a Jewish man, right? And he took offense to a lot of things that Candace Owens said. He got really, really butthurt about it, y'all. Like he really took it offensively. Like, and he has so many problems and things. Honestly, tell you the truth, not everybody's going to agree with your position. Not everybody's going to agree with your viewpoints on life, on politics, on all these different things. But when it comes to individuals who are Jewish, right, they seem, or Zionists, whatever it may be, they seem to take in a special offense to what's being said. And they usually use the Holocaust to back up their claims. And I'm just like, wow, wasn't the international slave trade 10 times worse than the Holocaust? Didn't we have to endure this for decades? Whereas to where in the Holocaust, you had multiple nations that came to redeem that one particular group of people, the Ashkenazi Jews, right? You had the whole world that band together that came and stopped Germany and Russia from doing what they were doing. But you know, that's always the leverage that's being used to label you an anti-Semite. Well, I'm just trying to say this, right? Is that you cannot be an anti-Semite if you come from a Shemitic bloodline. You can't be an anti-Semite. There's no way you can if you come from a Shemitic bloodline. If you are a true Yahudim, if you're one who comes from the tribes, you know what I mean? But what they do is they paint themselves to be the sole authority and decider as to who is a Jew and who's not. You understand what I mean? Which makes absolutely no sense. Now, one thing that I really want to talk about in this particular situation with the Daily Wire and the Jewish community is censoring folks, right? Because it's just a censor campaign. I want to say this, right? I don't hate anybody that's a Jewish individual. And they got their own beliefs. I disagree with some of their positions. I disagree with the fact that they don't believe in Jesus. I disagree with that totally and wholeheartedly, right? But I'm not going to say that I hate any of them. I believe that the Jewish community, right, the Zionists are the problem. You understand? The people who are in leadership are the problem. Just like here in the U.S., the people who are in leadership are the problem. So let's keep it a buck. I'm going to always go to the head, the people who are in charge, the leadership. I'm going to first analyze, are they leading properly? Are they leading well? Where are they leading their people to? And the people may not have a choice in the matter. Like nobody in this country has had a choice for the U.S. to go across seas, to go into Iraq, to go into Afghanistan and do what they've done to those countries, to bully them around, to fund the war machine, to steal their resources. Nobody has ever condoned it or asked for them to do so. Honestly, they've created a situation, right, that gave a response to that. They created a certain situation which a lot of people have now exposed, that some of these situations are done in-house so they can be able to get the American people to rally behind the position of them going to steal resources. You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of the 9/11 attack, right? A lot of individuals who are behind the scenes in that have come forward and said, like, look, there was an inside job. This was something that was already pre-planned. And when it came to identifying the ones who were the attackers on the plane, how do you find their passports? How do you find all this information on them perfectly preserved if they're on a fiery plane that was ran into a building that went up in flames? How do you find this thing perfectly preserved and intact to where you can identify the individuals who committed the atrocity? How? A lot of things that were open-ended questions, like how did we come up with these things? How does it look like an open demolition, right? So I'm saying all of this because I don't agree with the leadership in Israel. I don't agree with the way that they're leading their people. I believe that a lot of people in Israel understand that there's certain things that are out of their control, that they cannot control, that they have no control over. The way that we view them in Israel is totally out of their control because it's our mainstream media and our movies and whatever else that shows us an image of a particular country. So I'm going to always refer to the leadership. The leadership of Israel totally disagree with their position on things. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to listen in as to what the situation is.
working hard, but some
from Candace herself. But with the Daily Wire, I believe that they're in their own mode of self-destruction. You understand what I'm saying? The Daily Wire, okay, and I'm gonna show you guys. This is a network, okay, that just in case you guys are like wondering, like, what the hell is the Daily Wire? shout out Rebel Almighty. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support and the continue support. You know, salute to you. Salute to you.
Carry on.
And carrying on. Bless you. Bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I know some of y'all like, man, what the hell is the Daily Wire? Yes, I'll take the job. Hallelujah. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Let me go ahead. I'm going to do that. Give me a sec. Thanks for the support. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So the Daily Wire. We're going to go ahead and get into this thing real quick, y'all. And she's going to explain to you what the Daily Wire is. If you guys don't know, honestly, when I first found out about the Daily Wire, it was like a breath of fresh air. Like, honestly, they had Christian or moral values, right? And when I say Christian moral values, I'm saying they're at least they're a little bit more conscious as to what the Most High will want you to see. You know what I mean? Like, you know, they had those values to where you can be able to watch it, right, and not thinking that you're being programmed literally, you know, by what you're viewing. But also they, you know, I had a perception that they stood for truth, that they stood for people who wish to speak the truth. But that did not, you know, really materialize when Candace Owens started to speak on situations when it came to Israel, when it came to Jews, when it came to Jewish individuals and Zionists. They completely trashed her and they fired her, you know what I mean, for speaking on certain topics and giving her honest opinion. Well, it seems as though the same situation has happened to, I believe, Brett Cooper, who is also one of the pillars, that was one of the pillars for Daily Wire in her show, The Comment Section. Okay. Now, the situation is so jacked up, y'all, that, you know, Brett Cooper could not speak about her early departure with the Daily Wire because there was a gag order on her. And so the end of her people, right, the people who were faithful, avid watchers or viewers of Brett Cooper told her, they said, hey, if there's something wrong, or if they're going to be letting you go from Daily Wire, wear a blue shirt on your last day. And so she showed up and she was wearing a blue shirt. And it was effectively her last day. Now, that's not even the messed up part, y'all. What's even more jacked up is that they replaced her with her ex-best friend. It was somebody who's used to be her best friend, who was somebody who was writing on the show and things like that behind the scenes. Like, this young lady was also not only writing behind the scenes, but also was a maid of honor in her wedding. You know what I'm saying? Like, how snake is that? For a check, you're willing to sacrifice a beautiful relationship of somebody who made you the maid of honor in her marriage. You're willing to sacrifice it. Now, this is a society that we're living in that's full of narcissists. Not only can they not accept accountability, but they find ways to try to remove any accountability from themselves, right? They try to find ways to point the finger and say, you know what? I don't gotta accept any accountability because look at these situations, as we just seen with Dow. But also we see this individual, the young lady who took the position for Brett Cooper, right? And she was the maid of honor. She took it for $1. She took it for some coin, sacrificed a beautiful relationship behind it. You understand what I'm saying? Let's hear what they got to say about this whole situation. But I've been noticing that this has been a pattern, that now that the Daily Wire is compromised. You don't no longer have a voice at Daily Wire. If it's somebody that somebody disagrees with, right? I call these individuals power predators, because if they feel like they got some sort of influence or power to affect your life, then they're going to do it. They're going to exercise it. They're going to go and hold people and say, you know what? I'm going to walk if you don't do this to this individual. Those are power predators. Somebody who's in a position of influence that wants to destroy your life because they don't like something that you said. You understand what I'm saying? Where we're in America, get used to it. People say shit that you don't like all the time. You know what I'm saying? We're here in the US. That's why a lot of countries laugh at you, like China, and say people think in America think they free when they truly ain't. It's because you're not. There's a perception of freedom. And the only way you can believe in this American dream is if you sleep. If you sleep, that's the only way you can believe in this American dream. You understand what I'm saying? So these are power predators. These are individuals that use whatever position of authority that they're in to destroy somebody else's life and livelihood. Same thing that you would see with a Ben Superior who actually got Candace Owens fired based on his disagreements on her politics in regards to Jewish people in Israel. Let's go ahead and get this thing played, y'all. I'm done rambling. Let's go. let's see what she has to say.
I basically gave my assessment. I thought the company, in my view, actually handled it.
Oh snap! Hold on, I got that joint on hyper speed. Let me slow this shit down. Oh look, y'all. Let me slow it down. All right, let's go. Let's get it.
As professionally as it could have plausibly been handled, given the firestorm of internet innuendo that was leading up to that moment. People suggesting that she was being pushed out, people suggesting that there were issues. They were trying to create a clone of Brett Cooper. But it was obvious, as I said to the public, that there was at least some level of drama which involved her now former best friend and maid of honor in her wedding earlier that year, who had replaced her, a young woman who was formerly her producer named Reagan Conrad. Okay. Brett Cooper stopped following the girl. This is relevant to what I'm going to say in a little bit. She stopped following her. She deleted her across all her socials, plus deleted her from the wedding pictures that she had posted. So there's no debate here. They are not friends, obviously. Okay, fine. Friendships end, again, not the biggest deal. So then, faster than anyone could have possibly predicted, they just rolled out the new comment section without Brett Cooper. And it seemed like Reagan very much was behaving identical to Brett, and it was not good. The market just rejected the show. And I'm not talking about like, maybe give it some time and we'll warm up to it. I mean, I am talking a firm 90% viewership dip that just seems to get worse every single week. So I'm just showing you really quickly here. These were the views when Brett Cooper was the host of the comment section. You can see she was basically, I would say, averaging 500,000 views. And then she was hitting 1 million views or 2 million views on certain videos. And here are the views today. Here is the snapshot today. So, high end would be 54,000 views is the highest I can see on this screenshot. Low end, 19,000 views. That was posted 16 hours ago. So maybe we're averaging 30,000 views per an episode. Okay, that's a huge dip. As I said, market has responded. The market has answered. The market has said no. And not everything that you put out as a company works out. And that's just a true thing. You take a lot of risk, and sometimes that risk does not pay off. For an example, when I was at the Daily Wire, I was doing these cooking show segments, and people did not like it. I thought my food was good. People did not want to see Candace cooking. They just want to see Candace spilling the tea. They want to see Candace talking about a variety of topics. Fine. We just dumped it. Your job as a CEO when you're leading a company is you pivot, right? So you try something, bring it to the market responds. You either expand it because you got it right, or you shut it down when you get it wrong. More than anything in a leadership position, your role is to simply adapt to the market, okay? Not to blame the market and tell the market that it's wrong, just to simply adapt. So fast forward to this past month, and I start getting some really strange, specific calls from journalists, okay? So first, my PR person is informed at the end of last year, and this is exactly what was told to us, there in January, there's going to be a big puff piece. This leak to us came from the Hollywood Reporter. It was a reporter at the Hollywood Reporter who was speaking about another reporter who was being put on what he described as a puff piece on Ben Shapiro. Why are we getting this phone call? Because Candace, you're going to be included in it. Why am I being included in this? Doesn't make any sense. Whatever. We get a weird phone call asking me questions about Brett Cooper. And I'm just like, I literally want nothing to do with this. Okay. So on January 13th, they ran this article, Hollywood Reporter, how Ben Shapiro conquered the MAGAverse. Okay. All right, Seth Abramovich. Okay.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of.
But buried in this article, first, of course, mandatory paragraph, stab at Candace Owens. She's Hitler, Adolf Hitler, second coming of. And then suddenly like a little dig on Brett Cooper, kind of trying to maybe throw a little mud. Now, this came from the Reporter, but he wrote, conservative social media users theorized that Cooper's Israel-Hamas opinions got her fired. But Cooper's camp dismisses this. Now, no one theorized that. If they did, it was such a small pocket of the internet. Maybe you saw a tweet or two. Nobody in that entire explosion of Brett Cooper leaving the Daily Wire was speaking about Israel and Hamas. Like that's was not the theme on the internet. So I found that to be extraordinarily strange that I was then being asked about that, about her Groyper tweet, a Groypers tweeting about her. I'm like, what do we even, she's a 23-year-old girl. She's got nothing to do with this. And why are you trying to combine us in this piece? It was weird. Okay, whatever, let it go. I gave one comment, like I basically don't know what you're talking about. 4 days later, I get contacted again. 4 days later, I'm contacted by The Spectator. Similar angle, trying to push this idea that Brett Cooper might be anti-Semitic like Candace. Now, it's a Spectator, so we know whoever's leaking this to The Spectator's gossip column is obviously a boomer, okay? Like, she is Gen Z, TikToker, famous, okay? Like, this is not making it in the circles. This is like old school PR. Let's contact my contact at The Spectator and get them to run this.
Now, she said old school PR, contact the contact. Listen, Brett Cooper left the Daily Wire, okay? And I kind of follow Brett Cooper's work. She does a great job. Like, let me say that now. But my thing is this, right? She, when she left, she started her own channel, which amassed a massive following of over 500,000 people within a few weeks. You understand what I'm saying? This is huge because now her voting with her feet to leave the Daily Wire, who once was somebody who was definitely an advocate of free speech. Now, if you take a position that's against Zionists, then you're automatically going to get shunned or fired or let go from a position with the Daily Wire. That's completely contradictory to what they stood for. But now that she's amassed this following in weeks, right? The public has responded, in which I wouldn't follow her. My thing is that I wouldn't subscribe to her new channel. But my thing is that I believe this is what my viewpoints is that they went out on a smear campaign against this young lady, Brett Cooper, for the simple fact that the public is going to speak. The public is going to show you why they disagreed with you removing Brett Cooper from the position that she was in based on her belief system, if that's the reason why you did it, and then replacing her with one of her best friends that was a maid of honor in her wedding. You understand what I'm saying? That is a low down, dirty, feisty move that only real narcissists can be able to be at play here. You understand? This is demonic shit. That's demonic behavior. You severed a relationship between two people just because you wanted to offer this young lady a job who was not even really qualified. I mean, Reagan, let me be honest. She had to take acting classes in order to be fit for this position and role. She's not a natural on camera. She's not a natural on camera to where she can be able to engage with her audience and also have a genuine persona online. It just is what it is. But Brett Cooper presented herself to be genuine, and also she was unnatural. So my thing is that you replaced her with somebody who was less qualified and also who was one of her best friends. And I'm sure that they knew it. It was fully well known that this young lady was the maid of honor in Brett Cooper's wedding. So I believe this is a smear campaign. Let's continue.
About Brett Cooper. And I refused to participate in this because it's just so grimy to me to have a girl whose life is just beginning. She just got married. She's 23 years old. No matter what happened, okay, let her move on in her life. Why are we trying to throw dirt on her name for something that we know is so objectively not true? Here's the title of the article that's just talking about how in your face this was. It was entitled, "What's Going On Between Brett Cooper and Candace Owens?" The answer's nothing. There's nothing. But again, they're just trying to essentially dirty her name, realizing Candace is dealing with the entire ADL attacking her and calling her anti-Semitic. Wouldn't it be great if we just threw a little bit of that on Brett Cooper too? So before she even starts her show. And what was really strange about it, it was the same exact pattern. So when I left Daily Wire, all of these journalists were writing basically about my Twitter likes. They were like, Candace liked to post saying that Jews drink Christian blood. Obviously, it was not true. I was liking a post that had more in that. And then the person made a joke, "Are you drunk on Christian blood, Rabbi Shmuley?" That's the context. But then all of these accounts start sharing that Candace thinks Jews drink Christian blood. So it was the same thing that was now being done to Brett Cooper. It was hyper focusing on a because Brett Cooper, who likes all of my posts because we work together, I like all of her posts. I like all of Matt Walsh's posts. I like Michael. What if it comes across my feed? I just like it. And she liked a post, which was a wrap up, an annual wrap up of everything that we did. And in that post, buried in it, was me speaking about my view on Palestine and Israel. So they're taking a like and translating it into Brett Cooper is an anti-Semite, okay? And this is what's in that Spectator article. Look at this. Cooper liking Owens's post raised questions. Does Cooper agree with Owens's take on the war in Gaza? Could this be tied to her departure from the Daily Wire? And does she plan to collaborate with Owens moving forward? And Brett responds, says, I like many of my friends' Instagram posts because we're friends. I'm unsure why liking my friend's end of year post a month ago is international news. But this reporter keeps pushing. He asks whether Cooper's like of Owens's post was a reflection of a change in her stance on Gaza or an act of post-wire solidarity. She again says, when a friend's post comes across my feed, I like them as friends do. So this really gives me the ick. I'm just saying this really gives me the ick. Later on in the article, a moment comes, and again, nobody saw this article, A, because it was behind a paywall. I only saw it because they asked me to participate in it. And I'll tell you what I said to the article, by the way. Like, this is my exact quote. I said, Candace Owens is too pregnant to comment. I'm not getting involved in this. It's petty. It should be beneath everybody. Whoever's orchestrating this from behind, it's ridiculous. But then it moved on to kind of this weird moment where Jeremy gives a comment and he says, a year ago, Brett told me if she were to ever leave the comment section that Reagan should be her replacement. Daily Wire, the CEO of Jeremy Boring, Daily Wire co-CEO Jeremy Boring told Cockburn. 6 months later, Brett said she wanted to leave, and I realized that she was right. Reagan, in addition to being the producer of Comment Section for 2 years, is a huge talent and a great choice to carry on the show. But look at Cooper's response to this. She responds and says, I did not select Reagan. She have two comments that are completely at odds with one another. She is not saying much, but she's disputing what he has said here. And it just sort of dies on the internet because I'm not sharing this article. I don't care about this article. And I think it's weird. I think the timing of this article is weird. Okay. This brings us now to today, or this week rather, is what I should say. And this video that starts circulating. So now you have 4 days later, January 17th, Brett directly disputed Jeremy's narrative in a piece. Nobody saw it. It's behind a paywall, whatever. Gen Z doesn't read this stuff anyways. Fast forward to this week, and you have a moderator on a Twitter community. I didn't even know that you could have a Twitter community. I didn't even know that Twitter had this function. And the community is called Daily Wire Fan Club. And they release this, okay? It is extremely upsetting and distressing that Brett Cooper can't be bothered to defend Reagan Conrad, especially since Brett recommended her as a replacement for the host of the comment section to Jeremy Boring. I only hope Brett eventually releases a statement of some kind to combat the vicious rumors. Now, parking aside, first off, this is very clearly.
Real quick, my thing is this, right? When the comments were made in regards to Brett Cooper saying that she recommended Reagan, right? She immediately addressed it and said, no, I did not recommend her. That's the same thing that I'm saying when it comes to the situation between Michigan and Pastor Dow. You understand what I'm saying? You can see a woman or a young lady who's left the Daily Wire and she's addressing the falsehood, right? Of somebody saying that she recommended this individual when she truly didn't. Now, when you are telling other individuals that this is what the truth is, but then you got that person saying, hey, that all was a lie, then it's important and imperative for you to fix that, right? By addressing it. Hit up who you need to hit up to be able to clarify the situation so you be sure that you're not making them a liar or making them out to be a liar, right? Don't play both sides of the fence, right? And then try to make it seem like that everything is all good, but it's not. Don't try to play both, you know what I mean? Serving two masters on a certain sense as to where you're trying to appease both parties by saying, yeah, we left, and then telling Dow, well, no, we just been here trying to talk to you. Don't do that, but make it very clear as to what it is. You understand what I'm saying? So that's definitely my plight. Now, I hope that somebody addresses the Michigan situation with Dow and come out and actually say what the truth truly is, hitting up the right channels and talking about the situation, right? That way we can clarify what's going on here. You understand what I'm saying? Who's got the false information, who don't. You can see that Brett Cooper did just that. That's the honorable thing to do. It's clear up a misconception. Let's continue.
An account that's pretending to be a man. No man starts a tweet with, it's extremely upsetting. You're talking about a 23-year-old girl, okay? If you are the grown adult man that is pictured in that photo, You need to get a life. Extremely upsetting. Oh my gosh. And now I see there's a new narrative that is being launched, which is Brett Cooper is a bad friend. And I'm going, what's happening here? So I watched this video, and apparently, I'll give you the context here. Jeremy Boring, the CEO, co-CEO of Daily Wire, released a commentary, and I think it is very fair to categorize it as extraordinarily passive-aggressive. Okay, so I'm watching it, I'm going, is it just me, or does this just seem off? Like something here is just off. And it turns out the entire internet read it exactly that way. And it's now everywhere, and people are commenting on how off it really is. And so to tee this up, I don't know why he's answering questions. This could be, we used to do this thing like sort of you get to ask us questions, but it's usually for the host. I don't know the context of whether this is an all access live, but somebody asked him a question about mean comments and mean feedback that Reagan Conrad was getting on her show. And, you know, the show is not taking off, sort of a thing. So he answers it, and I'm paraphrasing here by saying, well, actually, he explicitly says Reagan is amazing. And also the comment section was not Brett's. Essentially, we created the show at the Daily Wire. Brett is tremendously talented. He says she's talented. She's great. She made the show her own, but also it was successful because of our marketing department, essentially. Like, it's not just Brett's, it's ours. And by the way, Reagan produced the show and also helped to write it. Okay. So I'm now going to cut to this YouTuber named The Quartering, who goes through what it is exactly that Jeremy says in this video so that you can just assess. Like, I think honestly, The Quartering, every thought that I had in my brain watching it, he kind of just said it. Here you go. Here's the first thing.
What Reagan hasn't done is taking acting classes to be more like Brett Cooper. That is just completely absurd. And it's hurt my feelings a little bit that Brett hasn't done more to defend her friend.
Whoa. So now, guy worth $100 million with $1 billion company is saying that Brett Cooper hurt his feelings.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Because she hasn't defended Reagan, who is not Jeremy Boring, is not related to Jeremy Boring, has nothing to do with Jeremy. Why is his feelings hurt? He's like trying to guilt her into making some sort of statement promoting her old show, which she has absolutely no obligation to do.
And also, they're not friends. And so the language of making it seem like they are presently friends, and you would therefore be, I know, the whole world knows that they're not friends. So why would you be hurt by someone not promoting a show of their former friend? And also, I'm going to ask the question, can she even speak out about this? Because it certainly doesn't look like it. And, NDAs are industry standard. So that also is another question. Then there kind of gets to this portion where he's speaking about acting classes, and I will just let Quartering take this part away as well.
Trying to catch your breath? Because I see you hopping between softwares all day instead of using Connect Team, the all-in-one platform.
Reagan's enormously talented. She's been an enormous part of building the comment section for the last 2 years. And I've never sent her.
Enormous is an understatement. If y'all don't know much about Brett Cooper, enormous. Listen, she basically built that comment section. That was hers. You understand?
An acting lesson. She's never asked me to send her to an acting lesson. I've never asked her to do anything to be more like Brett. If anything, we've told her make the show as much your own as you can while maintaining the format. But she is like Brett because they are friends and collaborators, have been collaborators on the show. It's actually ironic because I did send Brett to various kinds of lessons as a
shade? Uh-oh.
Performer, not acting lessons. Brett's a terrific actress and always, the entire time I've known her, she has been, as will be evident when you see the Pendragon cycle. But I did send her to dancing lessons and singing lessons in preparation for her role as Snow White. I sent her to dialogue coaching sessions to help her with her role in the Pendragon cycle. And that's good.
It's the same MO. You understand? You hear what he's saying. It's the same MO for a lot of individuals who are dealing with this sort of narcissistic behavior. My thing is that him being in the position that he's in, he's CEO, right? Worth millions, if not billions of dollars. You know what I mean? and you're speaking on a particular topic that should be not only beneath you, but you should already have a full understanding of. You know that these two ain't friends, but you knew you replaced her with the best friend and they lost their friendship behind it. You understand what I'm saying? So you should be able to identify these problems and address the public accordingly. You understand what I mean? Saying, hey, letting the individuals know where the fault may lie, right? And then telling people are trying to expose it as to where, well, I've done this for her, I've done that for her. It just makes no difference as to what you're saying. You need to really do something that's going to affect some sort of change or encourage individuals. You know what I'm saying? You really need to be trying to apologize for choosing a best friend and also tell the truth about your selection, because, obviously Brett Cooper came out and said and clarified the misconception of her choosing the young lady Reagan. But, you ignored that and you just power through and you say whatever you need to say. But also Brett Cooper can't speak on certain things because she's being held by NDA. And so this man's going to play on that NDA, knowing like, oh, she can't speak on this, so I can spin the narrative how I want. That's why you always got to sign an NDA and thoroughly read it right before signing, or don't sign it at all, or sign it with a UCC 1-308 so you can reserve all your rights in communicating what you need to communicate afterwards, right? That doesn't solidify the contract, though. It just gives them what they want, which is a signature. Let's continue. We're gonna finish this up.
That's like
real quick. It's a lot.
I feel like this is kind of a backhanded compliment. He's basically saying like, well, I had to do all this stuff for Brett Cooper, but he's like couching it by it's like a compliment sandwich. He's saying, oh yeah, she's just so great. Well, I did send her to dancing lessons, vocal lessons, dialogue lessons, this lesson, that lesson.
So real.
But she's fantastic. This is classic passive-aggressive compliment sandwich boss talk.
That's how I read it. It just felt very backhanded, and I'm not sure why. I don't know why this is happening right now, why people can't just move on and have an amicable split, or if it's not amicable, just move on. Like, again, she's 23 years old. And once again, in that statement, he says friends. They're friends. That's why they act alike. They are not friends. He knows they're not friends. Everyone knows they're not friends. So what is the purpose of answering a question and saying something? Maybe here, let me be charitable. Maybe he truly is the only person in the world who does not know that the two of these girls had a tremendous falling out that the entire internet reported on due to her taking over the show. Like, maybe he's the only.
So, yeah. And it was due to her taking over the show. You know what I mean? And this is the reason why they're no longer friends. But also, there's a huge other issue at play here. Just continue to follow me. Rock with me here through this whole thing. I know a lot of you don't understand who Brett Cooper is, what the Daily Wire is. You understand? Or Reagan. You don't even give a shit about this whole situation that had a lot to do with Candace Owens. I get it. Trust me. I know. But this brings full circle what the underlying issue truly is the Zionists and people speaking negatively about Zionist Jews, that when they perceive it to be a problem, that they want to get rid of the voice that's speaking the truth. That's the true problem. This is a cultural battle here. This is a racism truly at play here. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not saying just against melanated individuals. I'm not saying against black people, just only Candace Owens. Brett Cooper is a Caucasian young lady. She's a white woman, and discrimination against her when it comes to Zionist Jewish individuals not agreeing with her position on politics. Once again, if that was truly the reason, if Brett Cooper disagreed with the direction that the Daily Wire was headed in, and she decided to leave, allow her to leave in peace. Don't stir up a bunch of mess because you see that she's going to be successful on her launch of a new channel. You understand what I'm saying? So now you want to create all of this muck and mire. You want to create all of this controversy so you can try to, hinder the success of her launch of her new channel. You understand what I'm saying? But you do it in such a way as to where you try to spin a narrative that she is a anti-Semitic, that she's anti-Jews, that she has viewpoints like the way that you guys attack Candace Owens. You know what I mean? That's the way that you present the information. That's the level of racism that is being presented here, because Zionist Jews are also people who can be very racist. They don't believe that people can be able to receive a salvation. And I will do you something even further. It's something that is extremely alarming within the world, right? Across the globe, when it comes to race, when it comes to being prejudiced in ways and racist in ways as to where there is no reason for us to. We have the same plight. You understand what I'm saying? People who have been colonized will hate a black person just for being black. They don't even really truly know the individual. You understand what I'm saying? They just know, oh, he's black, and they have their own perception as to who he is and what the character is. You got people that are from Africa, right? Dark-skinned individuals, melanated people who will hate their own skin tone. They will bleach their own skin to look lighter, to look more white, because they believe that they'll be more accepted in society. That is a huge problem. Not only is it a risk to their health, but also, are you mentally all there? You can't see the beauty in your own complexion. You can't see the beauty within your own self. These are some of the things that's a systemic issue in our society that has been pushed for decades. You understand what I'm saying? And the true people who truly are serving Yah know that it is always going to be an attack on the true Shemitic bloodline, on individuals who may be darker and complected, right? It's going to be an attack when truly all that melanin that is stored, all of that melanin, this is worth millions upon billions of dollars. In fact, they actually kidnap a lot of our people, our children, a lot of melanated individuals, just so they can be able to siphon the melanin. They listen, the melanin is extremely valuable. And you got individuals who look at their melanin as something that is an enemy to them. So what would make it more, it'll be easier to influence that person to sell or to give their melanin away or to destroy it, which is ridiculous. It shows you where you're at. You understand what I'm saying? Where we're at in society. I want to share some things in regards to a testimony about that I think is in either, like I pulled that in the comment section, the Daily Wire. All of this leads into a more deeper rooted issue in regards to free speech and racism amongst cultures of people. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, this thing right here is one of the biggest problems across nations. You understand what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and share this real quick, because this is a very interesting topic right here, man. But all of this is definitely played into a demonic form of narcissism. You know what I mean? You got to know that. Let's go ahead and go into this thing. Now, this is an Asian, right? Asian American begging black people to forgive them, to forgive them. Told Asians and Latinos they have the same, right? They have the same oppressor. We have the same oppressor. Like, why will we have a problem here? You know what I mean? Let's go ahead and hear what they got to say about this.
Are very racist, especially traditional Asians, parents, grandparents. They're really racist. I know in Korea as well, white people are treated better than black people.
We were all colonized by the same oppressor.
I first became aware of my mom's anti-blackness when I started kindergarten, and it mostly centered around avoiding interactions with black people and not allowing me to be exposed to anything that she considered black culture. So if we were walking and she saw a black person, she would pull me closer to her. If we were in the car in a parking lot and saw a black person in the parking lot, she would make a point to lock the doors, and I wasn't allowed to listen to rap or Michael Jackson or Tina Turner.
Our ancestors went through the same problem, through the same treatment, through the same hands of the same colonizer.
Today, the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning.
Welcome to my YouTube space. In today's video, I'm going to react on this video where there's an Asian man who is calling out his own people to stay away from anti-blackness or to stay away from racism on black people, simply because both of us were colonized by the same person. And the better or the earlier we realize we need to be united so that we can conquer, the better. So I want you to watch this video of this man and then we go react.
best 200-word essay in 10 minutes will win $200. I think I'll win.
No, I'm gonna win.
Come on. Damn.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Say hello to my little friend.
Come on.
Welcome.
Today, the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. But the problem is our communities are divided. For Asian Americans and for African Americans, we probably have one of the worst relationships between any community.
Well, I bet you a lot of Asian Americans too don't, in my experience, don't even realize that if it wasn't for the civil rights movement, there would not be 22 million Asian Americans in this country.
Thank you. What I have been trying to teach the Asian community.
So if it wasn't for the civil rights movement, then it would not be 22 million Asian Americans here in the US. Like, that is profound. You understand what I'm saying? But you sit and you got to realize, like, yo, like, there's a lot of things that are core African American, if they want to call us, if you want to use that term, African American, right? Who have had to fight and die for what we believed in, who had to do so. And you got individuals like Dial who's speaking from wherever he's speaking from, will never stand up for social injustice, you will never see him, or you have never seen him go out and actually protest against anything. He only cares about building his own wealth and amassing amongst himself, but he's not going to step out here and actually go against the intergovernmental system and try to affect some sort of change. You understand what I'm saying? If you got so many things or issues that are wrong, that you find to be wrong, then you need to step up and actually try to effect change. But my thing is this, right? Is that when he talks about civil rights movement and individuals able to have access to the US based on us fighting that good fight, our ancestors, the people that came before us, fighting that good fight. A lot of them, your grandmother, your great grandmother, were in that same fight. We're in that same walk for injustice, only for that American dream that Martin Luther King preached about to become into a nightmare, to become into a sexy red, to become into a big lotto, or whatever it may be. And then our communities being degraded. You understand what I'm saying? If you were to go back and look 50 years from now, right, 100 years from now, if you were to go back and take a look at the Black Wall Street era, you know what I mean? We were more focused, driven on success. In fact, we were the most successful minority group here in the U.S. at that time before they actually destroyed Tulsa, Oklahoma. They were jealous of the level of success we were having during that time. A lot of the time as well, a lot of us were already here in the U.S. and we had to actually prove that we were American. We actually were here before the international slave trade begun. We had to prove these things. Did you guys ever consider or ever think about what would have happened if the British lost the Indian War, the British and Indian War, right? The French and Indian War. Sorry. Did you ever think about what would happen? What society would have looked like after that if the British would have lost that war against the French and the Indians? Do you know that the Native Americans during that time were fighting to be able to preserve nature, right? They didn't want certain things to be done, like trees to be chopped down to build infrastructures. You understand what I'm saying? They wanted to live one with nature, with the nature around us. So a lot of these issues that are arising, right, due to, densely populated areas and also a lot of these concrete cities, you wouldn't have seen that. You would have seen sort of like a different type of America, right? If they would have lost, right? If the British would have lost against the Indians and the French, I believe that it would be completely different here in the U.S. I don't think that you would see the same infrastructure. I think that a lot of these buildings and homes that you've seen would have been more like tree houses or homes that are built into mountains or into hills, something that is a little bit more, confined, that goes with nature. You know what I mean? I also think that the French probably would have took over and colonized the U.S., but I believe that, it would have been more center focused around trying to be a part of nature, right? But the British did win that war, and so you have the homes that you see, the infrastructures that you see, which influenced the world to build the same way, right? Because the cities amassed a great volume of people, right, to work, not only to work, but also it seemed like it would have been a better quality of way of life, right? But it didn't work with nature; it worked against it. My thing is that, you know, when he talks about this particular situation and how people were able to come over finally, based on the civil rights movement, a lot of them wouldn't have in the U.S. if there was not a real movement to establish them to be here as Asians, as people that's coming from a different country. Let's continue with this video, y'all. Let's continue.
Community is like friends. Do you understand that your success, your prosperity, your civil rights that you enjoy right now was paid for with Black blood?
Yo, what's up, man? I don't know if you guys have seen this video, these two Asian men talking about the divide between the Black community and the Asian community. It's pretty dope, man. These dudes are laying down knowledge. It's dope. I think one of the guys maybe Korean, the other guy's maybe Filipino. Either way, they're both Asian and they're spitting that real shit. The guy's like saying, yo, I don't know if the Asian community understands this, but we wouldn't be here, 22 million of us in America, if it weren't for the civil rights movement, the civil rights bill.
If it wasn't for the civil rights movement, there would not be 22 million Asian Americans in this country.
I'm like, yeah, son, it's real talk. Listen, first of all, foreigners in general, like me, I am not a foundational Black American. I'm not. My parents came from Nigeria to here. If it were not for foundational Black Americans, none of these immigrants would be able to be doing what they do. That's facts. My parents wouldn't be able to do what they do if it weren't for foundational Black Americans. We have to understand that this is all history. Fuck your feelings. This is the real deal. And me growing up in America, being born in America, African Americans always had my back. But when they're on their backs, nobody picks them up. And I know there's going to be, I can't wait to see the comments. There's going to be some passive aggressive ass bitch here talking that shit. But this is all facts. All right. And I want to appreciate those two Asian dudes spitting that knowledge. And by the way, there's a lot of Asian people online spitting knowledge, real knowledge about the origins of our dealings with each other. People really waking up. And I really appreciate that because Asians and African Americans are so similar. Here's a nice little tidbit. Bruce Lee, when he was in San Francisco, you know who his first student was an African American guy. It was an African American. You could go watch Be Like Water on 30 by 30. His first student was an African American.
No, we're good. We are good. No, I'm speaking for Black American experience. Every time we have tried to band with everyone, literally, the whites come in and offer you all something and you leave us in the dust. We tried it. Our own people sold us out. Let's start there. Well, I don't even know if that, because I feel like it went by tribe. It was a war, but let's not even start there. Let's just say our own people sold us out, right? Arabs conquered North Africa, the Spanish slave trade, which they had Black people in. Then when you look at the Native Americans, the 5 civilized tribes, most of them sold the Blacks back to the whites because the Blacks couldn't afford to prove that they were Native Americans. Every time we have tried to band with someone, y'all over. Figure it out yourself. I am not a racist person. I love everybody. But when it comes to success, I'm only worried about the Black American community right now due to the fact of if it was vice versa, everybody else would think of themselves.
But the problem is our communities are divided.
I bet you a lot of Asian Americans too in my experience, don't even realize that if it wasn't for the civil rights movement, there would not be 22 million.
The problem is in division. This is the problem. Black Americans are only seen when we're beneficial to others. He said because of the civil rights movement, that's why 20 plus Asian people are here. But who was the sacrificial lamb during that civil rights movement? What other minority group was in the trenches with Black Americans while that was happening? Okay. And then on top of that, affirmative action, you know who benefited from that, even though it was meant for Black Americans and other marginalized groups? White women. And you see how they voted this past election. Other than that, if they're not benefiting from Black American people or Black American culture, they look at Black American people as less than. That's why they're always thriving and reaching for white proximity. This also applies to all the blacks that's not Black American. They think they better than Black Americans, but they're always cosplaying and benefiting from Black American culture. And these people are so disingenuous because they're only talking like this because of Trump, talking about mass deporting Asians, Hispanics, Latinos, non-American citizens. That's the only reason this conversation came up, and that's why this is so disingenuous. It's funny now that they targeted, they want to give Black Americans credit. How come this conversation didn't happen 10 years ago, 11 years ago? The civil rights movement took place 60 years ago, and you now just talking about it? And since we're talking about this oppressor, this colonizer, the man.
Yeah, let me say this. At least they talking about it. You understand what I'm saying? It could never be discussed. No matter when you're talking about it, it's being talked about. So I'm glad it's coming to light. The truth should come to light, and it's no better time than now. You know what I mean? We're in the age of truth. Let's get it.
It's funny because he will hire a Black American before the Asian man will, before the Arab man will. Matter of fact, they'll come into your community, your Black community, take all your money, but they won't give you a chance. And then they judge you worse than the oppressor. Let one Black American person do something wrong, then they label the whole community that way. That's the same tactics the white man use. Right? So the problem isn't division. The problem is respect. Y'all view Black Americans as less than, and we're not having it. If we don't take that, accept that type of treatment from the white man, what makes you think that we're going to accept it from these middle groups? Are y'all that delusional? It's always good to show gratitude, but what does that translate into without respect?
I first became aware of my mom's anti-Blackness when I started kindergarten, and it mostly centered around avoiding interactions with Black people and not allowing me to be exposed to anything that she considered Black culture. So if we were walking and she saw a Black person, she would pull me closer to her. If we were in the car in a parking lot and saw a Black person in the parking lot, she would make a point to lock the doors, and I wasn't allowed to listen to rap or Michael Jackson or Tina Turner. And she was hypocritical about that because I wasn't allowed to listen to Cyndi Lauper or Madonna either. She would call it trash music and say that it was going to be a bad influence. But if it was a white artist, it was not racialized. It was only when it was Black artists that it was racialized. And another thing that I think is kind of typical is as a musician, there were a lot of Black artists whom she respected and enjoyed, but she would always say that one Black artist is the exception, the rest are bad influences. When I went to school, if I came home and said I made a friend, her first question would be white or Black. And that drove me nuts because in preschool, I dealt with a lot of bullying and discrimination because of being Asian. So it didn't make sense to me that she wanted me to turn around and do that very same thing to my Black classmates whom she knew nothing about on the basis of their skin color. And when I wouldn't stay away from my Black friends, she would resort to making up justifications as to why it was harmful for me. She would say they're going to hurt me and they're going to be a bad influence because they fight and they swear and they're not good students. And of course, none of that was true. And in my household, it was not physically or emotionally safe to voice your opinions, but about that I would, because it literally angered me. And then she would resort to physical violence. And that sealed the deal in my mind that prejudice is purely irrational because none of her claims had any basis in reality, and that's why she had to resort to physical force.
Welcome back. Now,
So now I want to say this, right? After all of that, a lot of the claims that's being made about individuals that you said purely irrational. Zionists, when they talk about their position as to why people shouldn't speak on them, right? And some of the things that they've been doing, perpetuating so many different atrocities on communities, right? We should never talk about that. We should never talk about the Zionist agenda as to how they're shaping and warping the minds of the youth, how they're in control of a lot of the society's networks and things like that, and what we watch, what we listen to, influencing our generations. You know what I mean? Like Jewish Zionists influence that, and how it's censored to where we can never speak on that. Not only that, other cultures around us and not being able to actually come in unison, right? There's no unity there. There's always a barrier or something that divides us, even though we have the same sort of plight. You know what I mean? You have African people who don't like African Americans. You have Asian people who don't like African Americans or African people. Black people in general, even though that they themselves are the most unique looking people on the planet. They are pretty goddamn unique. If people didn't want to like them, right? I believe that they look, they look pretty different from a lot of people. You know what I mean? So, but we all have been colonized in ways, right? But we all have the same sort of plight, and same thing with Africans and African Americans, is where Africans don't like African Americans. I remember as a child how African booty scratcher was like an insult. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though a lot of the people's ancestors came from Africa, they will still use this as an insult, and not understanding that we all rooted from that motherland, that we all rooted from from Africa. I believe it's just systematically done to where now we all have this perception on each other. But the people who really get the shit in the stick is African Americans, or so-called African American people that's still here in the Americas, right? Granted, we need to stop the culture of bringing each other down and things like that, right? We do need to stop that culture of doing so. But also, every culture of people have a certain thing about them that really needs to be stopped as well. You know what I mean? We ain't all perfect cultures of people, but the moment we are able to get rid of this ideology of us being different and coming to unity, is the moment we're going to actually be able to succeed. Like they were saying, we'll actually be able to succeed and make progress and affect change in the world. You know what I'm saying? So and banding together against people who wishes to control you, right? Control your voice, control what you stand for, because they don't care about you just as much as they don't care about a melanated person or a black person. We all have great qualities about us that we all can contribute to the pot. But my thing is that I remember this guy, Vivek, who was running for president, was sitting down talking to individuals. Now, the Indian community also has a perception, but he was sitting down talking to and doing an interview with an individual, and I think it was a white woman. And then she straight up told Vivek, who's an Indian guy, she was like, yeah, I wouldn't have voted for you anyway. And she was like, well, why not? He's like, because you're Indian, and that's the reason why she said that she would vote it for him, is because he's Indian. And I'm just like, well, colorism is across the board. It don't matter how you talk. It don't matter what your politics are. It's all the same. It don't matter how you talk, what your politics are, what you believe in. And I don't care if you think because you went to Harvard that they're going to accept you. There's no level of acceptance. You need to accept your culture for what it is and move forward with that, and building a stronger culture of people, and people who have the same plight as you, as being sure you pave the way for them as well. You understand what I'm saying? You don't need to be focused on being accepted by other countries or other people or other cultures of people, right? So that's one of the biggest issues. Not only that, when you go to the African culture, a lot of their women will tend to, even though they may be married to an African man, they'll leave this African man for a white man. You know what I'm saying? And then this African man feels as though he can't put up a fight against the situation because, oh, she left for a white man. You know what I'm saying? But that's a growing problem in an African culture over in Africa. Not only that, but bleaching their skin to be lighter. You're killing the melanin within their own flesh to be lighter, right? Lighter complected. They see that as being more beautiful. It's a health issue. It's a health epidemic in that country. It goes on and on and on, when we really just need to accept ourselves for who we truly are and learn to be confident in it. You know what I'm saying? Learn to be more confident in what you're doing. And that just is what it is. The colorism is crazy. The level of mind washing, right? Of mind washing or in mind control that has been done over the years is crazy for people to hate their own skin that they're in. But that's how you're dealing with something more demonic. Now, my thing is this, right? Getting into more of a conversation, and I know we're rolling it out. We're rolling out these topics here today, y'all. We're getting through them, okay? Simple as that. Let me see. I'm going to. Okay, I got all right now. All right, cool. I'm gonna set it to that. All right, so we're gonna move on though. We're gonna move on to this next thing. We're gonna get into the narcissistic side of things, right? We're gonna really start to explain. I think it's really important for us to break down to understand what a narcissist tactics really are. We got to really unpack this thing, and I'm about to share something that is extremely personal to me. I'm going to use myself as a guinea pig, my own situation, my own circumstances, right? As a guinea pig, as dealing with a narcissistic type of personality for 33 years now. You know what I'm saying? And it's always been the same. And the reason why I'm going to do this is because I believe that it's going to help many of you out there who are dealing with the same sort of situation in your own life, and you don't even really realize that it's happening. Me personally, I didn't realize and accept that this person that I was dealing with for my whole life, right, was actually a narcissist who had an issue, who had a problem, who had a sibling rivalry with me. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't even realize it until about a year or two ago. And then finally, I was trying to actually gain an understanding as to why myself and this individual had so many misunderstandings, could not see things on the same page, right? Or would want to perpetuate certain evils, not only against myself, but against his own family. I didn't really understand it. I couldn't fathom it because I didn't come from that same thought process. It's just a simple case of night and day, right? Yin and yang. You know what I'm saying? Totally different sides of the spectrum here. Now, I've been reluctant in talking about this because of the simple fact that, you know, nothing's really moved me to do it. But as of lately, I've been getting witnesses to say, you know what, you got to help people with this situation. You got to talk about this within your own life. This is a huge part that affected your life so greatly. And there's so many people out here who could benefit from your testimony on this particular topic. Yeah. No, dealing with a narcissist as a family member is difficult. That's a true survivor story. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody who has to survive a narcissistic type of personality, right? Who has to navigate through that, even though that you yourself mean well. I'm going to tell you this much. We're going to do a review on a particular video. Now, me personally, I've done and went through the steps that was necessary, reached out personally in regards to the situation. I've given 4 opportunities for this person to show me that the repentance that they gave to be a terrible, not only a terrible sibling, right? You know, but also they repented for it and said they apologized, but they went back and kept doing the same thing, perpetuating the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. I gave them 4 chances for this, okay? Forgave them 4 different times, and nothing ever truly changed. You understand what I'm saying? It's I'm sorry, but then once you move past, now it's time to do it once more time. It's time to go and do it again. And this is not true repentance, y'all. True repentance is showing forth the fruit to meet the repentance, meaning you're refraining from ever doing this again, meaning you've turned away from that wickedness and you've done your own, right? And you've really grown from it, learning that the wickedness was wicked, truly. We're going to keep it a buck here. I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm going to be honest about things. And honestly, my thing is this, right? It's been addressed privately multiple times. Nothing's ever really came from it. It's time to really do an open rebuke. It's really time to speak about this openly because there's so many people who may be dealing with it now that don't even realize it, that need to have the information moving forward. So now I have to help someone else in regards to based on what my own situation is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and we're going to share this video. And we're going to go ahead and get into this topic of conversation. This right here. Honestly. Boom. All right. So you guys won't know who this guy is. Obviously, you know, you might see some similarities. This is was supposed to be my natural brother. You understand what I'm saying? We have the same mother, same father, but 2 totally different personalities. You know what I mean? If you were to meet individuals, you would meet them and they would have 2 different things to say about myself and about him. You know what I mean? Me personally, I personally would say that whenever I meet people and when it came to this man here, I would do the best that I could to not disclose certain negative things about him, right? Not to talk bad about him, even though he's done some really bad things. But I allowed those individuals to form their own opinion, especially if it's women that I've dated, you know what I mean, to form their own opinion. I have since came out of that practice because there was nothing good that I had to really say about him. Only thing that I could really say is that he's helped me file paperwork in court whenever I was unlawfully accused of it and I was stuck in there. He helped me file the paperwork that helped me later get released. You get what I'm saying? So I can say that. I can say that that's what that was. I can say that in our childhood, we had great times. You know what I'm saying? I can say in my childhood, there was moments where we shared together, where we had a good bond. And I say that those moments were left behind. The moment that, you know, because I used to, you know, we used to go from place to place together. We used to ride all over the place, all over from all over Houston. You understand? I would be on the back of his pegs and he'd have to, you know, on the bike while all of our friends had a bike and they all were able to ride on their own. I hadn't quite learned how to ride a bike yet. So I used to ride on the back of his pegs. And so at that time, it's like we spent a lot of time together, every waking moment for the most part, right? You know, and day in and day out, it was like a thing. It's where we hung out every day. But I would say this, right? The moment that I learned how to ride my own bike, the moment that I learned to get off the back of those pegs for this man's bike, was the moment that we completely went two separate ways. I believe that our relationship completely deteriorated after that, and that we started to not have much of one. You know, it wasn't more time being spent. It was morally him being able to now do what he wanted to do. And I would say at that point is where our relationship, like I said, it just didn't materialize into anything prosperous. You know what I mean? Now, at the time, of course, I never really truly understood it. I didn't really understand that. I didn't really come to grips with that. Like, maybe, you know, we just aren't going to be on the same page. Maybe this guy just doesn't really want to be a brother to me like that. Like, I never really viewed it that way. But as of recent, I have viewed it that way now. It's been a while since I've talked to him. I've separated myself so far. You understand what I'm saying? But I've recently, within the past few years, viewed that this would be a toxic relationship, a toxic situation, unless this man, this individual here, would want to come to change. Now, you might want to ask, like, so why talk about it? Why speak on this? Why even address it? Well, the video that I have before you right now was shot 4 months ago, well, which was, of course, recently. And it was so disturbing to me, some of the things that he was saying, because a lot of the things that he was talking about was some things that he has done. So I found a lot of hypocrisy in what he was doing and continue to do. You understand what I'm saying? Continued, never stopped, and is still doing to this day. Let's listen in on what's being said, and I'm going to address exactly the points that are being made. That really triggered me. This is a minute long. You understand what I'm saying? But it triggered me to a point where I'm like, you know what? Privately, nothing's being settled. Publicly is where we need to talk about this. And I've already given him an opportunity to remove this video because of the falsehood, the things that he's saying that are lies, complete lies. I've given him an opportunity to remove it. I sent him an email, which we probably read here today, and he refuses to do so. This is a demonic narcissist at work. Let's go ahead and listen in as to what this guy has to say, and I'm going to address it. I'm going to address it right now.
And I had to get on here and just say something about, you know, everything going on in the world today and a lot of the evil that's going on in the world as we try to navigate through this space that we all share. A lot of people focused on their own things. Focus on you and the people that love you. Family, not always family. Typically, family will turn against you quicker than people that you just met. Find your soulmates or your twin flames. Find the people that you're supposed to be around. Don't let the world change you. All this P. Diddy stuff, it ain't gonna change your life or your family life. If you want to play the game and get ahead, play the game right. Start reading, start fasting, start eating fruit, start juicing. That's the only way we're gonna be able to make it out alive. Watch them friends too that love to come around the trap, but when you open up your business, they don't come into your business to support nothing. But they'll support you having them drugs though. They'll support you smoking weed. They'll support you taking pills. Be careful.
All right, so you guys seen that, and which seems to be a pretty positive message. I mean, honestly, there's nothing wrong with the message at all. It's the messenger. It's the messenger that's the problem, Now let's play it one more time. We're gonna play it back and I'm gonna address it point for point.
And I had to get on here and just say something about, everything going on in the world today and a lot of the evil that's going on in the world as we try to navigate through this space that we all share. A lot of people focused on the wrong things. Focus on you and the people that love you. Family, not always family.
Family, not always family. So, family, not always being family. I remember it was time where this man right here was struggling. And me personally, I was doing very well for myself. And I was, working at a particular job. And I've been there for a while. And he was struggling. It was a lot of things he was going through. And he had 3 children at the time he was going through it with. He's getting put out from place to place. He's getting evicted from here to there. It's like it was a crazy mess. And I remember I was sending this man money just to send it to him. I was sending money just to send it to him. And, just to help him out. Not because I wanted him to thank me for it or anything. It was my brother. And I wanted to be sure I was looking out for my brother. And he's saying family's not always family. But around the time where I was sending this money to him, a lot of the things that he was doing was showing that family ain't always family. I mean, my thing is this, right? If you're a man who's willing to not only allow a woman to speak to your mother in a way as to where she's not a human, then you're not a man. If you're going to allow this woman to treat your mother like absolute shit, right? Allow this woman to put her hands on your mother. If you're going to allow this woman to not only put her hands on your mother, but you're going to allow her to steal her shit. You're going to allow her to take her property and throw it over the balcony, over into the streets. And then you're going to take this woman and backdoor and go and marry her. Then you're not a fucking man. You're a piece of shit. And that's obvious that family ain't going to always operate like family. How are you a son who's not defending your mother, even if she might be in the wrong for saying something? I remember this. I remember somebody who I was with at the time said something that was off, right? That was not respectable to my mother. And my mother, I'm going to tell you now, she was being a handful and a biscuit at the time. But you don't allow yourself to get out of order with her. You let me handle it. She said something that was out of order. I checked her for it, and she came back and apologized to her. Apologized immediately. And here you go. You have a man saying family is not always family. But when it came to that situation, were you operating as a family member? Were you being family? That's the question. Were you being family at that point? Were you operating as family? Now, if you were to go and ask this man, what have I ever done? What have I done to you? What has your brother done to you? You would hear him say things like, well, he wore my clothes in high school. Things like that. He doesn't really have a real valid point as to why he feels the way that he feels about me. You understand what I'm saying? But family ain't always family. You allow a woman to talk to your mother any kind of way. You allow a woman to rule over your mom and put her down and say certain things that are very derogatory towards her, tearing her apart in her self-esteem. It's going unchecked completely. When you're in these relationships, you're also the emotional one. This woman has to cater to you emotionally. You understand what I'm saying? And not only does she have to, but everybody else around you do too. Because if you're not feeling good, then you're going to affect and influence every other individual that's around you to also not feel good. And if I can get on here and I can rebuke a pastor, Pastor Dow, if I can get on here and rebuke anybody else, then surely somebody who's come out and said something like family ain't always family, even though they perpetuate the same evil that they're talking about is in the world, then I would be a hypocrite not to talk about this, not to speak on this. If he never made this video, then I wouldn't have a problem with addressing anything. But he made a video talking about how family is not family, effectively making himself a hypocrite in whose eyes? Everybody's eyes. Everybody who truly knows him knows that is a hypocrisy statement. Every family member that knows him knows that he's being a hypocrite, that he's a liar, that he's provided all of this hurt and pain and evil that he perpetuated on his own family to come out and make a public video like this one. saying that family isn't always family, talking about evils that's in the world, the same evil that you perpetuate on a daily basis against your own family. How does this make sense? You're seeing a narcissist. You're seeing a demonic narcissist, somebody who is not aware of what they're doing, and then they hold no empathy for it. So why wouldn't you be empathetic, right? In the situation where you allow this woman to do it she did to your own mother, and then you backdoor and go and marry the girl, and then for the girl to go backdoor and cheat on you and step out on your marriage while you're out of town. How does this take place? How do we make this mistake of allowing this to happen? Period. How did you allow this woman to behave the way that she behaved? It gets worse. I mean, this is just half of it. I'm just scratching the surface with that one. But my thing is this, right? If you're going to say that family ain't always going to be family, then you need to be the prime example as to what a family should be looking like. You need to be the prime example as to what a brother looks like, a son would look like. You understand me? A uncle. You understand? You need to be the prime example. If you're going to speak on the topic and you're going to say family ain't always family, trying to give all of this moral advice for somebody who's extremely immoral, then you need to be the prime example as to how. We need to be able to see that in your lifestyle. Because I can tell you this much, ain't no woman ever disrespected my mother and it went unchecked. Ain't no woman ever did that. Ain't no woman ever snitched on my sister or did anything to get my sister in a bad position in life, right? Ain't nobody ever did that. Ain't no woman ever snitched on my own brother and put him in a bad position in life. Ain't no woman ever did that. You understand what I'm saying? I can stand on that. I can talk about that here today. You feel what I'm saying? Everything that I'm telling that you did wrong, you can't say that I did that. You can't put that levy, you can't levy that charge against me because I actually treat my family as though they're family. So this speech right here, I can give it all day. I can say what I need to say, but who's going to come out within my own family and tell me that I'm being a hypocrite? You can't hold that same plight. You cannot get on here and talk about how family ain't always family, and you're the main person who is actually doing a lot of these atrocities, a lot of this evilness, all of this back betraying, whatever you're saying here. You're the one who's doing it. So how is family not always family? You're going to have to help me understand that, Roderick. How is family ain't always family if you're the one who's doing perpetuating all the evil towards your own family, all the wickedness that you've done? And you want to sit here and make this video as though you're just righteous, like you're the epitome of all righteousness, and you're the model example of how to be a beautiful family member. Let's continue with this real quick.
Typically, family will turn against you quicker than people that you just met.
Typically, family will turn against you sooner than people than you just met. What type of shit is that? You know, I'm gonna tell this story here because this was like one of the breaking points of my relationship with this individual, where I realized who he truly was. I remember I came down from Michigan. And, I came to Texas, and, I went and stayed with him. You know what I mean? I went and stayed with him. I was going to get back into the business that he actually cut me out of. Okay. We started the business, the company together. And once the company started making money, right, started making actual money, he decided that he didn't want to hold himself accountable to me. This was the options. He said that I would have to make myself accountable to him as far as everything that I was spending. Now, we're supposed to be 50-50 partners here. You understand what I'm saying? I would make myself accountable to him for everything that I'm spending, where he's accountable to no one. You understand what I'm saying? And we're building generational wealth here. My position was like, no, we need to be accountable one to another. He proceeded to do the paperwork and cut me out of the company and effectively cut me out of the business altogether, just for asking for accountability. And then he tries to spin it and make it seem as though something is different. Like I was trying to take the company from him when I actually asked him to take 51% and I'll take 49. And I was fine with that because somebody had to make a decision at the end of the day. But either way, accountability was the biggest thing for me. So I'm giving it another shot. My mother tells me, hey, just let it go. Let bygones be bygones and let it go and just do what we can to build a family business. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll do that. I'll put this aside, what I'm doing here, and I'll go down there and I'll invest. I'll do the best that I can. Forgave him, went ahead and went into it. At first, I was completely reluctant to it, but then I accepted it. And then based on our conversations, myself and him, what we had as far as building and what we could do together in the future, because, you know, I got a lot of skills. And the company that I helped him excel, you know, that I was cut out of. My thing is that there was a lot of attributes that I've actually contributed to it at that time. So I was just going to come bring who I am to the business once again. My thing is that I'm going there, I come down here, I go and stay at that home there. And what I do is I not only pay them $1,000, you understand what I'm saying? I give them $1,000 for being there. I went and I got everything. I got the seed and everything because he had no front lawn. So I went and bought and purchased the seed to make sure that I can water it and get him a front lawn. I religiously mowed the lawn every week. You know, I kept up with that. I helped with the trash every week, you know, take that out, even help with doing the dishes around the house and things like that, but also paying to be there, paying to stay there. You understand what I'm saying? I had company over a few times, you know what I mean? And I guess they just had a problem with the company. You know what I mean? My thing is that this guy who was going through so much in his own personal relationship that he had with this other woman decided that he wanted to come and try to embarrass me. You understand what I'm saying? So he comes to this house, right? And I'm having company at the time. This is a chick that I was dating. And he comes in, he storms in there and he starts an argument with me, right? He starts this huge argument with me. Now I got a per diem, okay? He gave me $10,000 of this company's money, gave it to me. You know what I mean? And I used that for my daily expenses. Now I didn't use it to pay him the $1,000. I used money out of my own pocket to give to him. It didn't come out of the money that was given to me from the earnings from this company. You understand what I'm saying? So he thought he wanted to use that to try to embarrass me. And so he started to really shout a lot of different things. And I'm trying to ask this guy, what is the solution? What can we do? What can we do to have a solution to move past this point? What can we do? What can we talk about? As he's shouting things and trying to embarrass me, him, and you know, and he's doing whatever he can, right, to be sure he's heard. He wants the young lady who I was dating at the time to hear what he's saying, right? And disrespecting me and doing the best he can to dishonor me. And I'm just like, okay, what do we need to do moving from here? I understand you're upset about that. I got you. What do we need to do to fix it? So the moment I start asking him about a solution is the moment he threatened me physically. Okay. He threatens me physically and says, man, I ought to do this, that, and the third to you. Now, me personally, I don't take kindly to physical threats. You understand what I'm saying? Whether it be online or in person. I don't take kindly to physical threats. You understand what I'm saying? We're going to talk about that. So we had a conversation about it. As soon as he said it, I'm like, okay, so what do you mean? What do you want to do? If that's the way you want to solve it, we can solve it like that as men. Now, mind you, his children, my nieces and nephew, are all watching this take place. They're all hearing the arguments. They're hearing him shouting at the top of his lungs, trying to embarrass me. You understand what I'm saying? They're standing right there witnessing the whole thing. He didn't give a damn if they were there or not. Me personally, I would choose not to go through all of that or put the children through all of that. But, you know, he obviously doesn't care enough about his own children to try to remove them from the situation if he was going to be going off like that. But once he physically threatened me, that's when we were going to engage in hand-to-hand. We're going to start fighting. It's time to get busy. You understand what I'm saying? If you're going to do it, then let's see what you got. Let's see what you can do it. Let's go ahead and get that shit out the way then. So when I start to approach him, ready to go ahead and get this shit out the way, he starts to back up and starts to get frantic about it. Starts telling his children that they better jump in or he gonna whoop them or beat their butt. And so you're telling your children now that they need to jump on their own uncle, right? They need to jump on their own uncle to be able to help you in the fight. Sound like somebody who's scared. Sound like somebody who being a bitch about it. Because men, that's not how we handle shit. If you want to threaten me physically, then we need to go ahead and handle that. You understand what I'm saying? And if you're going to threaten me physically, which I didn't go to physical results, I didn't go to a physical threat. You went there. So since you went there, you need to go ahead and carry that shit out. Get it done. So yeah, he threatened his children, told them that they better jump in, so he can be able to save his own ass and all this other shit, right? And I'm like, okay, well, my thing is, okay, that's very interesting, right? That's very interesting, whatever. So he obviously didn't really want that. He didn't want to do that because regardless on his physical threats, he didn't pursue that as an option. But what he did do though, is while, he's running from me, while he's backpedaling or dancing around, he go run to the room and he grabs a firearm. He grabs a gun and he comes out. Now this is a fully loaded gun, one in the chamber, everything. You understand what I'm saying? No safety. And this guy knows nothing about guns. You understand what I mean? He's not an expert. So any mistake could have happened. And he points that directly at my head. You understand? But this is the same man who's speaking about family not always being family. And that family would be quick to betray you than a stranger. This is the same man who's speaking about this now. And I'll tell you this, if you ever came across a situation like this to where a family member is treating you this way, then you need to distance yourself from that member. You need to distance yourself. You need to remove any power that this man or woman has over your life. If they're behaving like this towards you, you need to remove yourself. You're not crazy. You understand what I'm saying? No matter what happens, the things that you've endured, the things that you saw and suffered through, you are not crazy. No matter what they say behind closed doors, when you're not around and they lie on your character and they lie and try to tell other people just so they can have a position on you and they never even met you, you are not crazy. You don't need to question your reality when this individual starts to speak about what is going on, because they're going to always say that they are the ones who are going through it, not that they are the ones actually perpetuating this evil. They're going to always take a position as to where they're the ones who's enduring it. They're the ones who's going through it. They're the ones who's suffering through things. And when you speak about family betraying family, I can't think about any member that's within my own family that has betrayed this man. That's the craziest part about it, is when he speaks about these things, I can't say that, oh, there was this family member who once did this and betrayed him in this way. No, he would say that my mother betrayed him because she decided to leave, right? When that situation took place and he did all of that evil, all that wickedness, and plus more, right? I'm just honestly getting started. He's done way more than what I'm just saying right now. You understand what I'm saying? This is the first time he did it. You know what I mean? My thing is this, right? Her deciding not to side with him, her deciding to leave, right? Because she saw the wickedness and said, you know what? You're trying to divide me. You're trying to keep me away from my son. This is my son, meaning me. He's trying to pull my mother away from me. He's trying to say that my mother should never talk to me, right? Trying to isolate her into her being alone. You understand what I'm saying? I've never told her to stop talking to this man, even though he has done all this wickedness, not only to her, but to me and to other family members. I've never told her, hey, I've always told her, you got to make your own choice and decision. I know that's your son, but he's an agent of Satan. I mean, which there's nothing else we can do. And every single time you just try to make up. No, I think we're past the point of trying to talk about it. We're at the point as to where he needs to repent and show forth fruits that meets the repentance. And then at that point, we can rebuild a relationship. But you have to see the fruit. There has to be fruit after that repentance. You got to be genuinely sorry for all of the bullshit that you've done to your own family members. You got to be genuinely sorry. At this point, I'm not accepting any other bullshit. I'm just not going to accept it, because, you'll turn around and you'll try to paint a negative picture about me, right? And then when people actually meet me, they'd be like, damn, you ain't nothing like how your brother tried to make you seem to be. One of his ex-girls told me that he told her some things about me before she even met me. And then once she met me, she's like, well, damn, you not bad. Yo, you not bad. Like, even wanted to hang with me, wanted to hang around me, things like that. But that's the thing, though. He's going to do it so he can be able to avoid that woman being more interested in me. Damn, I don't want her to start to like him because he's insecure in all his relationships he's ever been in. Insecure, totally. Puts his hands on him, does all kind of shit, right? I had to intervene and stop him from putting his hands on one of these young ladies. And he wasn't even raised to be that way. Like, really, he was not raised to be that type of person, but he has an anger problem. And then whenever he gets upset, he has to take that out on the individuals around him. He can't keep healthy relationships. All of our childhood friends have separated and distanced themselves from him, right? And some of them even chose to distance themselves from me, just my association of being his brother. You understand what I'm saying? So my thing is this: you're not only creating a bad name for yourself, but also for the family. You're out here doing how many people wrong, destroying how many relationships, and you can't seem to find peace. You never want to seek peace. You never really want peace, truly. You want to continue to perpetuate issues and problems and have emotional issues. And then whatever somebody say, you want to run and go tell the other person to cause mischief and cause them to actually be at odds with each other and to fight amongst each other. The women that you date, you allow them to reign over your own family and not give her any barriers or boundaries to stay within. You say, hey, these are the things, this is the way we should do things, while you yourself do the total complete opposite. This is all narcissistic behavior. This is all demonic narcissistic behavior and traits. Because no matter how I conduct myself as a man, as to not allowing certain things and not allowing this and that, you do the total and complete opposite. And even now, when I sent this email, you understand what I'm saying, to this individual, to this man here, and allow him to understand that he needs to not only repent, but he has a few things he's going to have to do. One of them being taking down this video that's full of falsehood, that's full of fake narratives that he's spinning about his own family, perpetuating like somebody betrayed him, when I cannot testify to anybody in his family betraying him. I cannot testify to anybody in his family not wanting or having a desire to be family. I can't testify to that. I can't say that somebody did that to this dude, to this guy. But I can tell you that he has done it to multiple people within his own family. That's the part that gets me. And I'm all about the hypocrisy and exposing hypocrites for who they truly are. Well, this is just your day of reckoning has come. It is what it is. If you don't perpetuate a falsehood, then I won't have to speak on it. You understand what I'm saying? You made this video 4 months ago and acting as though you're a victim in something that you're not a victim in. You allow your women to do what? Rule over you. And then when you in these relationships, you're extremely emotionally distraught that they gotta. I mean, this nigga complained about a woman who didn't call and check and see if he ate today. Nigga, you a grown ass man. What you mean did she ain't call and check and see if you ate today? What type of shit is that? You're a grown ass man. If you're a grown ass man, you got a problem with a woman not calling and seeing you ate today. Man, I don't got time for that shit. You probably wouldn't hear from me until noon if you ain't called me first. Even if you call me or text me, you probably still ain't gonna hear from me. I got shit to do. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't got time to think about, well, damn, does she care if I ate today? I don't give a shit. You understand what I'm saying? If you call and you check in on that, hey, kudos, points to you. But if you don't, it ain't gonna affect me one way or another. That's how men operate. Nobody gives a shit about that petty shit, but he cried about it enough to where he broke up with the girl, had the girl feeling all terrible about herself and shit like that. It's where she had to carry his emotions again. Constantly had to pick this man up out of his own ass because he's constantly emotional. And even now, receiving this email, he's perpetuating evil on other individuals that have nothing to do with the conversation. It's between me and you, bro. It's between you and I. And I told you that this conversation would take place if you did not remove this video, amongst other things, to repent, right? And to make up for the sins you perpetuated against your own family. Not only that, you're going to have to submit to my authority as the head of the family. And this guy's a year older than me. A narcissist is going to have a hard time with that. But didn't Israel become what? That's right. Esau was his older brother. Somebody who's more fit for the position needs to take the position. It is what it is. You're too emotional. You're too emotional. You cry about everything. You're not content in anything. You've been this way since you're a child. Anything that you do, you find ways to be mischievous about it, to be a worker of iniquity, to do whatever you can to destroy a relationship, however you possibly can do it. I just introduced 2 really fucked up situations about you. That's it. There's many more that I can definitely speak about, that I can talk on, and I would love to hear what you have to say. I would love to hear what you have to say about this, because my thing is this, right? I'm gonna address these things, and you can openly address them as well. And I'm just talking about shit that you've done. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot more, and it gets worse. The same evil that you have perpetuated, it gets worse. But you come on here, you come online, and you say family ain't always family, and that family will betray you quicker than a stranger. You're full of shit. You're a demonic narcissist, and you need to get your shit together. You really do. The way that you have derailed my life multiple times, and listen, I put the pieces back together. Listen, I put myself in that position for you to be able to do that to me. I'm not going to sit here and just, oh, it's your fault, and then that's where I'm at, sitting in my own piss and shit. No, I'm gonna get the hell up, and I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna start all over again, and I'm gonna build it better than what I had it before. That's what I've done. But when we talk about betrayal within the family, you are not somebody who can speak on that, sir. You are not somebody who can speak on betrayal within family. You got to understand the demonic narcissist when you see one. This is an individual who has no remorse, who's merciless, who will do things and be able to sleep very well at night. Not only will he do it, but he'll find ways or reasons why he did it against you, why he actually did this evil. He will make it, he'll rationalize it in his own mind. You understand what I'm saying? And then try to sell it off to other people. Not only that, this motherfucker here will go to other people, tell them half the story, right? Don't give them the full situation. He'll tell them half the story, and then he'll garner himself support based on lies, based on whatever would tickle their ears enough to support his position. That's how he operates. That's how he operates with any relationship that he's in. It's only a matter of time before I can set the clock, right? Before I can actually set the timer, and I can be able to see, okay, how long is it going to take for him to destroy this relationship? How long is it going to take him to destroy this relationship that he's in? Because once he's destroyed this relationship, he's going to be off to destroy the next one that's closest to him, leaving himself eventually alone. And then you cry about nobody, being there for you. Nobody's being there. Oh, nobody here for me. Bruh, the shit that you've done have pushed people away from you, have repelled people from you. You talk about how people, your friends don't want to come to your business, support your business and all this other shit. But listen, they don't want to support a narcissist who's going to destroy their life eventually. They're going to remove themselves from the situation. That's why you're experiencing individuals not wanting to support your position. That's why you're experiencing this, because you have done it time after time after time. If I tell the stories about the childhood friends and who you stabbed in the back when it came to going into business with each other, I know about it and I can speak on that, but that's not my testimony to tell. But this is the reason why you're experiencing what you're experiencing. A demonic narcissist won't even take accountability in those things. Like, man, I did cut him out. Man, I did one time pull that fire. I didn't even have to pull that gun on. I just, I didn't have to threaten him physically either. I mean, I don't know why I did that. I didn't have to try to embarrass him either. I didn't have to do that. We could have had a man-to-man conversation in private. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of this shit would have been definitely taken care of if accountability was a thing amongst a demonic narcissist. I don't mind sharing this. The reason why I would share this is because individuals who are demonically narcissistic will never see themselves And despite how many conversations that I've had with this guy, it come to a point where any apology that he's given me, I've taken it with a grain of salt. I remember he cried. He was on the phone crying, boo-hooing. I'm sorry that I wasn't the brother that I should have been to you. I'm sorry. And I sat there and I listened on that phone, and I already understood. Like, this nigga just calling me because he's feeling bad right now. He's calling me for himself. He's not calling me because he want me to be at peace. He really don't give a shit because he's gonna do the same shit tomorrow. I'm like, okay, well, hell, let mom know, blase, blase, blah, that I got this going on for her and I'm about to get this set up. Okay. All right, we'll talk later. Hung up that phone. And what happened after that? He told me, he said, I ain't call you and apologize for you. I called you for me. I did it for me. While he was still perpetuating the same evil, making me to be an enemy, painting me to be his opposition, and finding any excuse to do so. And those two situations and scenarios are but two. There's many that you have done, not only to me, but also to your mother, to your sister, to your aunt. You understand what I'm saying? There's so many different situations that you have perpetuated evil on your own family, but you get out here and make videos almost as though you're a victim, basically in tears. All of these women that you dealt with for quite some time, even when you started to make money in this company, it got worse. Like, the level of emotional piece of shit that a man should never be, this guy is. Extremely emotional, hyper emotional, can't control his own emotions. Definitely. If you want to talk about somebody who's not truly a man, you can talk about who's a soy boy, whatever it may be. This guy is. And me personally, I would never speak bad about my own brother, but I don't have any good to speak. He's never given me any real good to speak. He thinks because he may have done something good for you, right? He might have done something right, that it gives him pass to do evil towards you, that you should never speak on the evil because you remember this that I did. Will you destroy it with wickedness? And that's a demonic narcissist. A narcissist will shower you. They will give you certain things and tell you certain pipe dreams, right? And only to come back around and commit evil, to do atrocities, to destroy much good with wickedness. They sell you a pipe dream first, though. That's the first thing they got to do, is get you to open up, to get you to reveal your secrets. You understand what I'm saying? So they can find calculated ways to destroy it or derail it, which this guy has done multiple times. If he sees that I'm encouraged and I'm moving forward and I'm getting things done, he'll find a way to systematically destroy it the best he can. And whatever he has control over, if he has to pour in stressful situations, this is the type of guy that would do it. He would stress your ass out to be sure that you don't hit a certain goal. You understand what I'm saying? Don't want you to be more successful than him. Don't want you to be as successful, but want you to be somebody who can talk about, oh, this guy, yeah, he ain't shit. To build his own self-esteem up. Very, very insecure narcissistic behavior. You understand what I'm saying? So when you have individuals like this that are close to you, that are family members, you got to understand that distance is a lot of the times the best result until you see true repentance that's met by fruit. Yeah, he needs to repent. He's got a lot to repent for. He's a guy who claims that he understands and prays to the Most High, but he keeps a name like Ra. How do you praise the Most High when you keep the sun god Ra as your name? Your name is Ra, right? That's the sun god. That's the sun god Ra. Not only that, you keep idolatry that comes from Egyptian faith and belief systems. You don't adhere to the ways of Yah. You understand what I'm saying? But you claim to pray to the same Elohim that I pray to, the same God that I pray to. You don't. You worship somebody totally different. In fact, your actions prove that you are of your father, the devil, that you're working for the house of Satan. You're affecting people's lives right now based on an email that I sent you. Instead of responding, instead of talking to me man to man, you go and you start to commit evil towards your own mother and blaming her for what I'm doing here today, which is publicly outing you and exposing your lies. You go and blame her when I'm the one who got the problem with you and your narcissistic ways and your refusal to repent and identify that you're the problem. That's what I have an issue with. Many conversations we've had about your behavior, about the way that the evil that you do, many conversations that has been had, and you still continue to do the same thing to make people's lives more difficult rather than being a benefit. If you truly were doing the things that you're doing for my mother and for my grandmother, not just for you, if you're truly doing them from your whole heart, you would not be affecting their life right now based on an email that I sent you, trying to get you to repent, to actually come into a form of repentance that meets the fruit of repenting. A true repentance, saying that, yeah, I know I did a lot of evil. I know I did a lot of wickedness, but I don't want to do it any longer. I'm sorry, and I'm looking to make amends wherever I can. I've given you the blueprint on that. And you decided to go and start yelling at your mother, taking things from her. She has her own problems right now. And you perpetuate the stress on her, coming down on her because you can't control my life, but you can affect hers. So whoever life you can affect, that's who you're choosing to go and affect. That's who you're choosing to, I guess, hold accountable for the pain that you're feeling. It ain't nothing but soft, weak bullshit. You got a problem with me, you come talk to me. You don't need to put nobody else in this shit. You got an issue with me, you come talk to me. You understand what I'm saying? If I got an issue with you, I came and I emailed you and I talked to you, even though I don't talk to you ever. I've seen this video and I've seen the hypocrisy within it about how you're talking about your family and how they betray you. Nobody in your family has ever betrayed you, but yet you want to speak on that. And I come to you personally, send you an email, right? And give you a way out, give you a way to redeem yourself. And your tired ass, your selfish ass, your narcissistic ass, your weak ass, your emotional bullshit got in the way of that. To being able to redeem yourself, to be able to keep this conversation from hitting open platform. You understand what I'm saying? You decided to do this. You decided for this to now to be addressed openly because your refusal to humble yourself and admit that you have done evil, that you have done wrong, and you continue to do it, and you will not change. Your pride, your narcissistic ways. You need to accept accountability within your own actions and know that it's you. I need to look within myself to see what I've done wrong and admit to that and repent for that and do what I can to be able to make amends. You got a lot of repenting to do. You got a lot of fixing to do. And one thing we're not going to continue to do is allowing you to go unchecked. This guy do this, all this, perpetuate all this evil and nobody checks him. Nobody is checking him thoroughly. Nobody's holding him fully accountable for his actions. In fact, he feels justified in those actions, right? Accountability is a thing. We're in an age of truth. We're in an age of accountability. Now it's time for you to hold yourself accountable. Now it's time for me to hold you accountable for you talking about your own family in a way that has never, ever been perpetuated on you. Nobody's ever truly betrayed you. You say that your mother betrayed you because you were doing evil. And she decided to vote with her feet on the side of righteousness and leave the evil. All of a sudden, now she's betrayed you. And I would never think that my mother would want to stop or cut you off from anything because you're her son. And I would never put that burden on her. But for some reason, you lay that burden on her on a daily basis. This is the type of shit that you have to identify. Now, and it took me this long. Listen, a year or two ago, before I realized what I was truly dealing with and how toxic and how dangerous this person is. You understand what I'm saying? This is not about what I can do with my hands. This is not about me physically being able to beat him in a fight. This is not about that. This is about deeper things. My freedom. You understand what I'm saying? My sanity, my emotional well-being. I got to make a decision to cut off my own family, my own brother, because emotionally this individual's toxic. You understand what I'm saying? Now, when you think about this, right, and you put it in the form of scripture, Jesus himself said that these times would come. He said that a man's own foes will be they of his own household, and that they shall offer you up to your enemies. This is a guy who would definitely offer you up. He wouldn't try to defend you. You understand what I'm saying? He wouldn't try to protect you or anything. He's done that to me. He's offered me up to the enemy. He snitched on. He sent this woman he's dating out to snitch on me, to go and tell lies, right? To have me arrested. He did the best he could. You know what I mean? This is what he did. This is what he's done. This is the type of man he is. And I still, even after all of the bullshit that he's put me through, I still didn't call the police and try to get him arrested because he pulled a gun on me and stuck it in my face, fully loaded. You know what I mean? With no safety. Guy who don't know shit about guns. You understand what I'm saying? People say, like, man, people run on social media and talk about certain problems and issues. My thing is this: we had so many opportunities to resolve a matter privately that the only way to shake awake is to publicly discuss it, not only for court of public opinion, but also to openly rebuke, so all may fear and all may be aware. This is the way of the book, right? If I can speak about situations with doubt, I can speak on my own situation. You understand what I'm saying? But there's been multiple times that this could have definitely taken place and happened. Open rebuke is better than secret love. And it's the most love that I'm willing to give you. You understand what I'm saying? I've been learning to reserve myself from individuals who've shown themselves to be not trustworthy, how to navigate. I've learned that a lot of conversation that needs to be had either needs to be recorded or there needs to be another individual to mediate the conversation, to be there present during the conversation. You understand what I'm saying? I've learned these things. You know what I mean? This is what's really important. But once you have experienced a level of, once you've experienced these things, and you tend to try to refrain from going through them again, you know what I mean? Especially when it's like something like this. You want to be sure you're taking all steps and precautions. And like I said, you know, it's been recently where this guy has cried and said, man, I wish I had a brother. But you never been a brother to me, bro. You never actually been a real brother. You've always been a shit brother. You know what I mean? And it continued to get worse, especially when money came into place. Money is the root of all evil. You understand what I'm saying? When that money came to place, it just amplified the level of wickedness. It amplified the evil. It amplified because now a demonic narcissist has some sort of level of control. Oh, the company's making this amount of money. I can now control the narrative. No, you have to report to me. You have to be accountable to me. Me be accountable to no one. Oh, you want me to be accountable to you? Okay, well, I don't want to deal with you then. That's a level of control that's been perpetuated from a narcissist. They want all and full control over your life so they can affect it however they want to affect it. And then they go back and say, well, I didn't do anything wrong. They did all of this to me. That's a narcissist. A narcissist cannot identify when they've done evil, when they've done wrong. They can't see it. They can't see it, and they're non-empathetic about it. They don't care. They don't give a shit. They don't care how it makes you feel. They don't care how much stress they putting on you. It's all about how they feel and what they want to control in your life. And the best thing to do with these particular individuals is to separate yourself and get them to see themselves from a distance, to see if they can repent and show forth fruit to meet the repentance. You understand what I'm saying? But to separate yourself and to remove yourself out of any level of control that this person may have over your life, that's the best thing for you to do. That's the best thing for you, especially if you're somebody who got talent. If you're a talented individual and you're under a narcissistic rule, your ass is going to be through. He's going to be sure that you never see any sort of success because he don't want you to do what? Rule number 1 of the 48 laws of power. Never outshine the master. Don't want you to outshine them. So they're going to continue to perpetuate these evils on you to keep you as low as they possibly can. Not only because they don't want you to be better than them at what you clearly are better than them at, which is everything. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that arrogantly. I'm saying that I'm actually cracking a joke because that's usually what the problem truly is when they have a sibling rivalry because you're really good at things and they wish they could be good at it. So I'm cracking a joke. But my thing is this, right? Is that they're going to be sure that you're not successful in those things and that you are staying under their tutelage, not only because they don't want you to be greater than them, but also they want whatever they've said behind your back to individuals, right, to be true. So they do the best they can to work on that being true within your life. If they said that you're a piece of shit, they're going to work hard to be sure that whatever they told people around them, that it looks like you're a piece of shit. Have you ever walked into a room full of people and you feel judged, immediately judged? You feel like that somebody already has a perception on who you are as a man or as a woman or as a person, and you never even met them, or it's been a long time since you've seen them. This is the type of thing that narcissists do. They perpetuate that sort of image to others, right? Because they're afraid that other people will take a liking to you because they know that you got qualities that's way better than theirs. So they want to get ahead of the curve. You get what I'm saying? Not knowing that this is wicked as hell. They want to get ahead of the curve and they want to talk bad about you to those other individuals, which is gossip, right? They would never say these things in front of you, right? With these people, right? They'll never say them because they'll be lying and you can be able to call them out on that bullshit. But they will say it to them. So by the time they meet you, they have a perception on who you are right away. They have I don't really like this person. I don't like this guy because, he put me on him already. He already told me, he put me up on game that this is the type of person he is. That's what a narcissist does. So if you ever walk into a room and honestly, everybody seems like they're already judging you and they already have a perception as to who you are in that room, chances are the person who is closest to you, whether it be a friend, a sibling, or a family member, has already said something bad about you. And that's the reason why you feel the way that you feel. Even though you might be a really good person, even though that a lot of things is being told, you didn't do any of that shit. It's the truth is what the truth is. You might be a genuine person at heart and want to handle things in a genuine way, but that individual is just a narcissist who will never allow you to do that, to hold that level of honor in that relationship. And the best thing you can do, if it's a friend, a family member, a sibling, is to cut yourself off from that individual. Now, me personally, I put it out here publicly because it needs to be addressed publicly. Open rebuke is better than secret love. And I would love for a response. I would love for, if I'm telling a lie, for it to be publicly spoken on and talked about, so I may address it. You understand what I'm saying? But my thing is this, right? A back and forth is not going to be had. We can handle it like men. We can settle it. And then honestly, I've already made a decision in the understanding that this is not what did Yahshua said. He disowned his own mother and his own brother when they came to him. They said, hey, your mom and your brother is out here. I'm paraphrasing, y'all. And he said, I don't have a mother. I don't have a brother. You see them around me? Pointing to everybody around him. These are my mothers. These are my brothers. Those who do the will of my father. You're not my brother. You don't do the will of my father. Not only that, you find ways to destroy my life as much as you possibly can. Whereas to where I've always entered in and trying to add, right? And I really wish I was lying about this, but I'm only telling partial of what the truth is here in this situation. I haven't really gotten deeper into it. I've told some now this stuff that I've just got done talking about is jacked up. It's really messed up. And some other people in their own families, they got family members who have done worse, who's actually murdered somebody in their own family out of jealousy, envy. You understand what I'm saying? Being envious toward that person. There's people that have done worse. Me personally, I'm identifying a problem and I'm now addressing that problem. You understand what I'm saying? But right now, Spirit don't want me to share more about this individual. He wants me to stay to those particular situations right there. And if we got to go deeper into it, then we'll go deeper into it. But it's exposing more narcissistic behavior so that you all maybe identify that not only within your own family, but within your family, with your friend structures. Anybody you were to meet and do business with, you'll be able to identify some of these characteristics and traits of people who believe that they can do no wrong, right? And won't accept any accountability in their actions. In fact, they go and find people to blame for the things that they have done wrong. If somebody, I mean, if I'm lying about this, we have to be honest, right? Most of the narcissists I've come across are soulless beings, right? Is my okay. Is my ancestor. Hallelujah. Absolutely. Yeah. Soulless beings. Absolutely. Hi. Can anyone explain how a demonic attack hit me when I'm of high spiritual rank? Also, I've done nothing to the person who sends me this crap. I mean, DMT gun. Honestly, you commented that a while back. I don't know if you're still here with us. Oh, that was like 20 minutes ago. Honestly, as far as high rank, I'm not too sure what position you're coming from. I don't know what your belief system is. So I can't really give you any advice on that until I understand exactly what your belief system is. But you said Ra is my ancestor, so I'm thinking that you're maybe like a new ager, somebody who's coming from a belief system of like 1%er. That's my assumption, unless you clarify it. DMT gun. But I'll tell you this much: anybody who's attacked your character, right? And done so, right, and then they don't really have any real grounds to stand on. Of course, they're operating from a narcissistic position. Not to say that they're fully a narcissist, because I don't know the people. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But if they're attacking your character, they could be just jealous of something, right? Not to say that they're a narcissist. But it really, what would make them a narcissist if they were doing things to affect your life and tear your life apart unremorsefully, right? If they were doing certain things to try to help you out just based on their own personal gain, right? They can be able to talk about it, brag about it, whatever it may be. But when it came down to it, they could just rip it right from under you and won't feel any remorse for it, right? Won't give a damn about it. Then that's somebody who's a narcissist. You understand what I'm saying? Who's behaving as a narcissist. But you know, somebody who's talking about, they could be gossiping, you know. It really is dependent on the person, you know. Shalom, welcome in. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a heavy situation that honestly is something that is more profound than most. You understand what I'm saying? Most High, God bless. Family moving forward. That is a patience and understanding situation. Yeah, patience and understanding is definitely a thing. Sad, heartbreaking. I know Shay can talk, but you can never tell me. Shay said something so egregious that you need to get physical. Shay is a sister I will fight for. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and then go and marry the same woman who has done that, who has done the things to perpetuate that evil towards her, steal her shit and throw it over the balcony out into the public. My thing is that those are things that you'll be helpfully accountable for. I will now allow you to believe that accountability is going to escape you. My thing is this: the level of emotional state, that is a huge issue when it comes to men. An emotional man, right? A male who's hyper emotional is a danger to society. That is a danger to society. This guy here is dangerous to society. I remember when this guy here, right? I'm gonna share this. This guy was literally putting his hands on the mother of his children, whooping her ass, slapped the shit out of his own daughter, right? At the same time, when his daughter was trying to stop him. Slapped the shit out of her. He told me the story verbatim. Slapped her, put his hands on his own young daughter, you know, and I believe she was only like 10, 11, 12 at the time. And they had to call their aunt, right? You know, they had to call their aunt, and their aunt came over there with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend tried to intervene and stop them stop him from beating the shit out of the mother of his children. And he pulled a gun on this man, who's there being a hero, honestly, in my opinion, who's helping the situation and trying to stop this man from physically abusing a woman. You understand what I'm saying? No matter how mad this woman that made you. And he put a gun on this man. You understand what I'm saying? Pulled a gun on him. And my thing is that, like I said, an emotional male is a threat and a danger to this society, because who knows what you're going to do next. You're driven by your emotions. You're emotionally attached, and you wear everything on your sleeves. Anything can shake you and move you in the opposite direction. You're not a man that would keep a certain level of character, right? Or try to do what you say you're going to do, right? You're a type of man who would do whatever affects that person's life. This is another individual who believes that power is a great motivator. You understand what I'm saying? So this guy, a power predator, somebody who feels like they got control or power over your life, they can prey on you. So if you don't do exactly what you're being told that they want you to do, if you're doing something opposite, they're going to remove whatever they're trying to benefit, whatever they're giving to you, whether it be money or whether it be whatever, a lifestyle. This is how it can affect your life if you don't do what I tell you to do. That's some P. Diddy shit. That's some P. Diddy shit, or somebody else who feels like power is the way to control other individuals, that they can do so. High extreme narcissism. Somebody who wants to use power to control. You understand what I'm saying? We gotta, it's a clear understanding of that. So when you're identifying this, right, and they're using things that they've helped you with, or they're claiming to help you in life, it seems, oh, he's helping me. Oh, wow. And then they start to try to affect you negatively because you won't do exactly what they're telling you to do. Then you got to know you're dealing with somebody who's a narcissist and who honestly is a power predator, wants to control over you, but also wants control so they can manipulate you, so they can put you in an emotional state, so they can be able to downgrade you, so they can try to tear you down emotionally, physically, verbally, using verbal to tear you down, to try to make themselves feel better because they're highly insecure inside. These are males who are a threat to society in any culture. I don't give a damn what culture it is. These are males who are a threat to society, who cannot control themselves, who are power predators, threats. And it's an obvious threat, right? And we obviously know why. Because a lot of these individuals turn out to be psychopaths, serial killers, things like that. People who feel like they don't have control over their own life and they have low self-esteem. This is where you get your Jeffrey Dahmers. This is where you get all the rest of these serial killers from, is because they want to control the situation. You understand what I'm saying? They want to control it. They want control. No matter if they could possibly just, wine and dine and take you out and develop a relationship. No, they want control, complete and full control. Not only of life and death, but full and complete control of what you do on a day-to-day basis. They won't get that from somebody who has self-autonomy, somebody who's a free thinker. So they force that upon them. You understand what I'm saying? Now, with these power predators, they put things in your life. Let's say that you don't have a car and they give you a vehicle. They give you a car to drive. It's making your life a bit easier. Now you can get more done. You're more productive in life. You're more satisfied, and you're very thankful for this individual giving you this vehicle, this car. But now this person is saying, hey, I want you to go pick up my dry cleaning. So you go pick up the dry cleaning. Hey, I want you to go run this errand. So you run the errand. Hey, I want you to do this. I want you to do that. And the moment that is inconvenient for you to be able to go and do is the moment they say, well, you know what? Just give me my car back. Because you're off and you're at a certain appointment that you already had. You're committed to this appointment and you went to that appointment. You're engaged in that appointment. And in the middle of you doing what you're doing, right? Whether if it be a client or if it's just a date out, right? Hanging out with the homies or hanging out with the friends or whatever, with a woman or whatever it may be. You got to drop everything that you're doing and do exactly what they ask you to do. And if you don't do it, oh, give me my car. That is very stressful. This is a power predator, somebody who gives you something so they can have control over you, so they can be able to move you around like a chess piece. You understand what I'm saying? And the moment that you don't do exactly what they're asking you to do, they decide they want to sacrifice that piece. That's a power predator. That is a narcissist. Oh, but I gave him a car, man. He gave him this and he couldn't even do this for me. Damn. Not talking about how inconvenient that last moment request was. Not only was it very inconvenient, but also what do? They start to shout about it. They start to yell about it. They start to go into this temper tantrum that you didn't do it. Give me my car. Now it's time for you to give up the thing that they're giving to you to help you with. Stressing you the hell out, and you out trying to enjoy your life and trying to enjoy yourself. This is a narcissist that is a power predator. Identifying this behavior will let you know who you should deal with and who you shouldn't, who you should do business with and who you shouldn't. I'm telling this story because this story actually happened. It's actually true. This guy is the one who actually did that last minute shit, right? Put it on you and stressing you the hell out. Now you got 30 minutes to figure out something that takes an hour and a half, 20 minutes, 2 hours to do. And hang whatever's being used to benefit your life over your head, dangling like a carrot. If you don't do it, and I'm gonna take this from you. I can tell you now that that's not somebody who's been sent by Yah, who's been sent by the Most High. He's not somebody that's been sent by the Most High because, his blessings are rich and they add no sorrow. That's very sorrowful that you'd feel when somebody is power predating you, making you pray, and hanging things over your head to control your life, to try to control you, right? And then go on to say that you're somebody who's using them. You gotta know that all of this stuff is narcissistic behavior. Okay? Narcissistic behavior. And if you are in a sibling setting, if you seem to can't really get along with somebody and they seem to never really want to mesh with you, you got to understand. And there's nothing based on what you've done to them. It's based on how they want it to be, right? They constantly want odds or constantly want problems. Let's say that you're a very talented sibling and you got a lot of talents about you that individual wish they had. You got to understand that there's a lot of envy at play there, and that you got to identify this individual as being somebody who's in not only a sibling rivalry, but also could possibly be a narcissist inside of that. And those are the worst ones to deal with because they're going to perpetuate a certain level of evil towards you that's going to be crazy. You better hope that they're just a regular sibling rivalry, because eventually you guys can have a very thriving and beautiful relationship. Eventually. You understand what I'm saying? But if it's a narcissist that has a sibling rivalry against you, your life could definitely be in danger. Your life can be in jeopardy. Your freedom could be at jeopardy. This person will stop at nothing to destroy you. And you got to understand, you're not crazy. The things that they're doing, you got to see that. And you got to say, you know what? Let me separate myself from this before it gets worse. I'm telling you now because that's not what I did. I tried my best to give them more chances. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't really realize that this was a narcissistic individual who had a sibling rivalry with me for whatever reason. I don't know. But my thing is that it was there. And I didn't realize it until about a year or two ago. You understand what I'm saying? Didn't realize it because I wasn't making him a rival. I could care less. I just wanted to be supportive to the family. You understand what I'm saying? I wanted to be supportive in ways that I could, but I wasn't going to be castrated as a man while trying to support this individual. Not going to do it. You're going to respect me as a man. I'm going to respect you as a man. If you can't respect me, I can't respect you. It's just that simple. So you need to identify these things. Know when somebody has perpetuated evil, right? Who has committed acts of evil and have ignored it, right? And has justified it and validated within their own mind to make it seem like it's normal. Like it's a normal behavior, like it's totally fine. If you got somebody who's behaving like that, you need to understand that separation is the best thing. Them not understand, the less information they know about you, the better. Because like I said, this thing can get real bad. Separation is the best thing. And they're going to try to offer you things. Oh, yeah, man, we can do this. We can do this. We can do that. Yeah, we can build this and build this and build that. Don't accept it. Don't accept it. Never accept it. You got to understand how to deal with these people. Keep them from being able to do anything to control your life, to be able to be a part of it, right? To where they can affect it emotionally, physically, financially. Anything that they have control or power over, it's gonna be a power predator type of situation. You're gonna be prey. You're gonna always be in a state of not only fear of your own livelihood, but also anxiety, stress. All these different things are gonna come upon you because this individual knows no bounds and they do not have remorse. They are merciless. You understand what I'm saying? They don't have any remorse. They're not empathetic. They're only empathetic to their own feelings, their own emotions, and how they feel about it. If they're feeling bad about it at the moment, they might call you crying and apologizing because they're emotional pieces of shit, but they don't really truly mean it. You got to understand that they don't mean it. And you need to slow down, observe what their emotions are, what their steps are, and you need to act accordingly, right? You got to see the fruit that meets the repentance before you feel as though you can allow this person back into a portion of what your life is. Move like a cat. Move like a cat. Y'all know how a cat move, right? Move very like a cat towards this person, towards this individual. Don't allow them to know too much. What's the Bible say? Don't let your left hand know what your right hand's doing. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is the type of individual that you want to be sure you're not letting them know what your right hand's doing. Move like a cat. You don't even, a lot of times you don't want them to know where you're at. You understand what I'm saying? Because them knowing where you're at is an opportunity to be able to come over there and cause whatever mischief or problems just based on how they feel. Wherever the wind blows. You understand what I'm saying? So move like a cat. Move very slow. Observe. You understand what I'm saying? Because these type of, especially if it's a male, if it's a male who's emotionally, who's emotionally not in control, you understand what I'm saying? Who has no self-control emotionally, you got to understand that that male is very dangerous to your life. And I'm talking about women too. Listen, you're in a relationship with a male who's hyper emotional. You got to understand that this hyper emotional male is extremely dangerous to your life. This is how we get things in the news about women losing their life, and this and ex-boyfriend and murdered or assassinated, killed her. You know what I mean? Like, who cannot control themselves, who have no self-control and understand and let me walk away. Because if I get violent, then things are going to turn really bad, not only for myself, but for them. I'm going to take a life off this planet. This is a male that is extremely hyper dangerous. You understand what I'm saying? You need to remove yourself from. So that's the thing. Yeah, evaluate the situation. Move like a cat. Evaluate what's going on. You know, unfortunately, you might have family members that's like this. You understand what I'm saying? Separation is the best thing. But if you're in a relationship, if you're in a marriage, if you're in a relationship with an individual, and it could be women too. You understand what I'm saying? Some women, they will go and they cannot control their emotions. They are extremely dangerous to society as well. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, a lot of women can, right? But it just depends on what extremes they're willing to go to. You understand what I'm saying? But regardless, people who are out, who have no self-control are dangerous in many ways. But mostly men as well, right? Men who have no self-control, extremely dangerous. Women who lack the self-control, right, and lack empathy, extremely dangerous. You understand what I'm saying? Because they ain't no telling what the hell you're gonna do. Same thing with men, you know. So you got to identify and evaluate these things. Move like a cat. Evaluate it. Slow it down. Like I said, repentance is a thing. You know, if it's a family member, like, I don't mind if he repents. Great. I want to see what the fuck. I want to see the fruit. Now show me the fruit. I don't care. Repent. Talk about the shit that you've done, all of the evil that you've done. Repent for it, and then show forth the fruit that meets the repentance. You got a blueprint that I sent you through email form as to how you can show forth fruit that meets the repentance. Since you're no longer trustworthy, we got to put you in a position to where we don't have to trust you. You understand what I'm saying? You got to be put in a position where I don't have to worry about trusting you. You over here. Don't got to worry about it now. You don't have any control over anything. That's the position you have to be in order to show forth fruit to meet repentance. And I don't mind opening up the floor to getting you back into a certain position if you've proven yourself not to be a threat to your own family members. If you've proven yourself not to be a threat, I don't mind that. You understand what I'm saying? But as long as you're an emotional wreck of a male who's pussified, who you can't do anything to lead anybody. And on a cruise, on a ship, as a captain of a ship, you'd have to be able to maintain a certain level of composure in any situation and circumstance to be able to discuss things as an adult. And if you have a difference of opinion, you just disagree. You understand what I'm saying? But you're not going to escalate it to physical violence. You're not going to escalate it to threatening someone's life. You're not going to escalate it to where you're affecting somebody's livelihood, right? In order to demonstrate your level of control, your level of power that you can assert over and dominate that person. That is what separates you from true leaders. You understand what I'm saying? Like Pastor Rufus said, I believe Brother Nick did a video on this in regards to speaking about leaders. You understand what I mean? I haven't even seen it yet. I missed it. So I'm going to have to go and watch that joint because I've missed it. But when it comes to leadership, leaders tend to not take that position. They think about everybody as a whole, right? And try to make the best decision possible and include and be inclusive as to what's best for everybody. You understand what I'm saying? But they don't take an emotional position for nothing. You get me? Even when it's time to take an emotional position, they still handle it with some reserve, with some tactfulness, with some level of control of their emotions. You understand what I'm saying? Being able to identify situations and operate within that under pressure. Man, you put this guy under pressure, man, I'm trying to tell you, his ass gonna fold like a wet noodle. It ain't gonna listen. He gonna fucking buckle. He gonna get deep into his emotions, and we ain't gonna get shit done. He's gonna be too busy arguing. Ain't gonna get a damn thing done. You understand what I'm saying? This is the character of who you're looking at, but he wants you to respect him as though he's a true leader, a true chief, a true, I want that respect, but I don't have to demonstrate what it takes to receive it. You get what I'm saying? I don't have to demonstrate that. I can perpetuate evils, right? And I can be hyper emotional, but you still got to respect me. Well, at least have something under control. At least be able to control your emotions, even if you don't have it all together. I mean, nobody has it truly all together, but at least control yourself as to where you're not destroying others' lives that you're supposed to be leading. So no, of course, if you're a leader and you're destroying other people's lives, same thing with Dow, then you're not a true leader. You just kind of, masquerade or perpetuate an image or giving an image that you are. So, I mean, those are some of the things you got to really identify. But with this whole situation, like I said, I'm just telling a few situations. I'm just talking about a few situations out of many that has taken place. And with him and speaking about points of, oh, your family ain't always family. Oh, your family be quick to betray you than more faster than a stranger. I think it takes a true mirror. If you're going to talk about it openly, then you need to be sure that you're not the one who's doing it. You understand what I'm saying? Constantly. I understand you making one mistake, and maybe you apologize for it and you fixed it. You know what I mean? You never did it again. But for you to perpetuate the same evil time after time after time, in fact, you do it so often that you can be counted on behaving that way. There's nothing new when you do it. This is who you are. That's the problem. Because people make mistakes sometimes. I'm not saying that people don't. And I'm not saying that I've made a mistake to perpetuate any real evil towards my family or to betray them, because I haven't. And I don't believe that any of them can come out and say that I have. And if they do, then I can, agree or disagree. But I haven't had any testimonies like that. Not to my knowledge. My thing is that you've had many testimonies this way. Many of them. It's time for you to actually identify what the common denominator is, what the real problem is. The real problem and why you're constantly tormented day after day after day, Roderick. You're tormented daily on a daily basis of feeling inadequate, of insecurities, of not understanding who's with you, who's against you, not being able to trust anybody around you. You are tormented by these things because you are it. You are the untrustworthy one. You've done so much to people that you don't even trust anybody because you feel like that level of evil is going to be at some point met right back to you. So you're constantly looking over your shoulder. This is the reason why. Because if you're doing righteousness, if you're doing well to others, and you're doing the best that you can to be sure that you are doing well to others, and you are being righteous, you wouldn't have to look over your shoulder. You'd be at peace. But if you're constantly doing evil, mischief, being a pussy, being a worker of iniquity, right? Constantly in your feelings and emotions, your women got to carry you emotionally everywhere. They can't even feel safe in being emotional themselves because they're too busy carrying your emotions and how you feel. How does he feel? Driving you around and shit, chauffeuring you. You thinking this is something that is that you are doing that's right. When really you just destroying your own relationship based on how you feel, your feelings and emotions, and you believing that your emotions are more important than anybody around you. How you feel. Man, you make sure that I'm relaxed and make sure this and nah. While you go out here and stress the hell out of people, power predator them, like give them shit and control them based on you giving it to them. And then once you give it to them, you brag about it. Like you just some big shot. Yeah, this, that, and the third. I gave them this. I did this. I did that. I don't brag about shit like that, yo. I done did shit for people and I don't even talk about it. I don't talk about it with nobody. It's been shit that I've done. Nobody knows. You know, nobody would ever know that I've done it because it's not beneficial for me to talk about. You understand what I'm saying? I believe those are treasures that are stored up in glory. But if I'm talking about it publicly and I'm talking about all this good that I've done for people, listen, I'm going to reap my reward here on earth. I would prefer the Most High give me my reward up in Shemayim, up in glory. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't need to come out here and talk about the things that I've done for people to benefit their lives. And I don't believe that that's a flex. I think that right there is just me trying to, big myself up, make myself bigger than, you know what I mean? Like stroke my ego. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to discuss that. I don't need to talk about it. If they wish to talk about it, then hallelujah. Even then it's like still sort of a little bit uncomfortable to address. Like, yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome. Bless you. But these are just some of the things that you got to identify within a narcissistic behavior. And I really wanted to point these things out and talk about this, right? Because it's a lot of people who have not even identified that this is an issue within their own relationship, their own family, that a lot of these people behave this way, right? And it goes unchecked because they believe that they've done nothing wrong. They don't hold themselves accountable. You understand what I'm saying? And the more that you band together with other individuals to be sure that this individual is held accountable for their actions and the evil that they've been doing and perpetuating on others, is the moment they would have to address the problem. They'll have to address it or they will lose power in what they've been doing, because the truth will always prevail. The truth will always supersede lies. And if you get out and talk about the truth in a situation, they have no choice. They have no other choice for people to hear the truth. There is no other option but to stop talking about the lies unless you're willing to address it. The truth will always prevail. So I'm going to leave it off on that. I know it's, it's a heavy situation. My thing is this, right? I'm hoping that this helps individuals out there realize some things, right? And any topic that I'm talking about like this, I don't listen, whether it be a part of my family, whether it be a pastor, somebody who's a false prophet or something like that. Regardless, one thing that I don't want to do is publicly do anything when it comes to my private affairs, but I like to be transparent. I like to for us to kick the shit, shoot the shit, and also have a relatable relationship with each other. You understand what I'm saying? I can relate to that. I had issues here. I'm not going to be one of these guys out here who is just faking the funk, who's giving off a certain persona. No, listen, I'm going to tell you the good, bad, and the ugly. And also, I'm going to bring forth the truth on this platform. We're going to have fun. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have serious conversations. We're going to have serious conversations. We're going to joke around. We're going to mess around, all that other stuff. But no matter what, I'm looking to be sure I'm edifying and giving you some sort of level of truth. I want you to be able to say, you know what? I can have a level of trust here. You understand what I'm saying? And if anything were to come out and I have to address it, I'm going to address it. It is what it is. But this is just one of the things that I know has been placed on my heart to say, you know what? There's somebody out there who's dealing with this situation as well, who may need some help, who may need to hear that testimony, that bit of testimony you're telling, and the characteristics in the individual that you've dealt with for over 30 years, that they may be able to see their own situation and it would help them out. It'll help save their life. You understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of the individuals who behave like this man here that you see on this screen, a lot of the individuals that behave like him also take lives. They steal lives from others. They murder people. They're dangerous people who cannot control themselves, who are power predators, who like to put things in your life so they can control you in it, who want a level of control because they gave you something. That sounds like Satan to me. Satan's the only one who will bargain with you like that. The Most High wants you to have autonomy, an ability to choose who you will serve. So I ask you this: who do you serve? If you're the one who perpetuates this power, this power predator moves, and you give people things to control them in their life, then shame on you. It's wicked. It's evil. It's unnecessary. And you hold yourself not guilty in your evil, in your wickedness. You understand what I'm saying? You hold yourself not guilty. You need to identify that within yourself. If it seems like people who you've grown up, people who've been around you, all have the same testimony about you and choose not to deal with you, based on that testimony, the common denominator, you got to look at yourself and address that within you. Because you're out here perpetuating many sins. Now, these individuals got trust issues based on your the interaction with you. So we need to understand what a true narcissist is and how a true narcissist behaves, right? Because this phrase and term is thrown around all over the place, but until you fully actually experienced it firsthand, right? And experience trumps everything. I don't give a damn how many years you went to school for it. Somebody who's experienced it firsthand, you can probably bring some context to it, but the person who's experienced it firsthand would know more than you. In fact, in the workforce, they would hire the person with the experience before they hire you. You know what I'm saying? Somebody with a degree on it. You know what I mean? The experience is what trumps anything, because that's honestly everything. You know how to deal with them now. You understand what I'm saying? You got to know how to deal with these people. My thing is that they start swelling you with sweet vanities, sweet words of nothing, and they just trying to reel you in so they can be able to destroy something that's going on in your life, or they can be able to try to control you in certain ways, being a power predator. Then you know for sure you're dealing with a narcissist. You need to separate yourself. You need to be sure that you're not allowing this person so much access to your personal life. That's what you got to do. Well, why did you delete comment? I was just joking. What comment? I don't know. I've been talking this whole time. I haven't touched any comments. Nadia, you're gonna have to clarify that. I don't understand what you mean by deleting a comment. Maybe you put something in the comment where YouTube blocks it automatically. I don't delete comments. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not too sure what comment you was talking about. So why don't you clarify that for me, Nadia? What comment did I delete? Because I'm not too sure. I've been talking for like at least an hour and a half straight, and I have not been in the comment section. Real talk. I've been straight just talking. You know what I mean? I haven't been really in the comment section like that. I've been reading some things, but yeah, I don't be deleting comments. What did you say? I don't know. Grace and peace. Hallelujah. Bless you. Bless you. Grace and peace. So repentance is the best thing. And you know, my thing is this, right? We're gonna bring this thing full circle. And I think there's more to be talked about on the spirit of narcissism, right? A narcissist, a lot of times they're in the positions where they feel like they're leaders. There's a lot of times there's false prophets, false teachers, things like that, false pastors, preachers, all of that. A lot of times it's them, you know, that who are exuding narcissistic behaviors, you know. So we got to identify that for what it truly is and know what type of demonic spirit we were actually working with. It's your family members, it's your friends, it's your spouse, you know, somebody you're in a relationship with. A lot of them are perpetuators of this particular evil. You know what I mean? They right there next to you. They're the closest people to you. And they don't believe that whatever they do has consequences in your life. They believe that they can do certain things and that you'll always have to forgive them because, oh, well, we're family. Where, you know, honestly, it's not true at all. I mean, you can do some things and sever that bond that would destroy that relationship. You understand what I'm saying? But one thing that they should never do is get out here like this guy has done and talk about family ain't always family, and family will be quick to betray you faster than a stranger, you know, and they're the ones who've perpetuated this themselves. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. Your comment must be still there. I don't even know if I read the comment, but bless you. I think that right there will sum it up for today. Honestly, I had a video on narcissism that we could review. What's up? What we got time wise? Okay. All right. But I'm going to do that. I'm going to address it in another video because I think that it's important to, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go ahead and go over it real quick. That way I'm not just talking. We're gonna go ahead and go into it real quick, and I'm gonna share this information with you guys because I think it's important for us to know the characteristics. And it goes 5 minutes in and it tells you everything that you need to hear about it. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Let's go.
Imagine a majestic eagle, wings stretched wide, suddenly ensnared by invisible traps. As it battles to break free, so do narcissists when they sense their grip on you loosening. They escalate their tactics, deploying cunning manipulations, emotional assaults, and relentless pressure to regain control. In these intense moments of struggle, what does God say? Drawing inspiration from the profound insights of C.S. Lewis, we uncover the 3 primary tricks narcissists use when they lose control over you, and explore how God's unwavering truth and guidance can empower you to break free, find clarity, and embrace lasting peace. Let's delve into how divine wisdom can transform your battle into a journey of liberation and spiritual strength. Have you ever felt invisible, constantly manipulated, or undermined in your relationships? These are the subtle yet devastating signs of narcissistic abuse. Just as King Saul became envious of David using deceit and manipulation to maintain his power, narcissists employ similar tactics to control and dominate. Recognizing the signs of narcissistic abuse begins with identifying common behaviors such as an excessive need for admiration, lack of empathy, and a tendency to exploit others for personal gain. Red flags include constant criticism, gaslighting, and emotional manipulation that leave you feeling confused and doubting your self-worth. In the Bible, we see examples of manipulation and deceit, like when Jacob tricked Esau out of his birthright, Genesis 27, or when Delilah deceived Samson, Judges 16, highlighting the destructive power of manipulation. These stories illustrate how subtle tactics can undermine trust and integrity, much like narcissistic abuse does in modern relationships. Understanding these subtle indicators is crucial for breaking free from toxic dynamics.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you.
By aligning with God's truth, you can discern these behaviors, protect your heart, and seek healing. Embracing biblical wisdom empowers you to recognize and confront narcissistic abuse, fostering a path towards emotional and spiritual restoration. Let God's guidance illuminate the path to freedom and peace, helping you overcome manipulation and reclaim your true self. In the insidious grip of manipulation, even the strongest individuals can find their spirits battered and their minds clouded. Imagine Samson, a man of immense strength and faith, whose trust was exploited by Delilah. Her deceit led to his downfall, illustrating how prolonged manipulation can devastate self-esteem and mental health. This biblical story mirrors the real-life psychological toll manipulation can take, fostering feelings of confusion, self-doubt, and helplessness. Manipulators often employ subtle tactics, such as gaslighting, emotional blackmail, and relentless criticism, to erode their victim's sense of self-worth. Over time, this constant emotional assault can lead to anxiety, depression, and a pervasive sense of inadequacy. The Bible offers profound insights into the dangers of deceit and manipulation. Proverbs 26:24-26 warns against those who disguise their malice with friendly words, highlighting the destructive.
Proverbs 26:24, verse 26. I want to get that real quick. I want to see, because they ain't read it, but I want to get the context of Proverbs. You know, it's a lot of wisdom in Proverbs. And yeah, I know, I took a look at it. I know it's restricted. That's what it said, Sister Nadia. So like I keep trying to tell you, like, you gotta talk about stuff like that more privately. But you know, so that way you have a better understanding. Well, Proverbs 26. What we say? Proverbs 26. Or was it 24? Let me go back and see.
Nature of such.
Let's see. Proverbs 26, 24, 26, right?
Proverbs 26:24-26 warns against those who disguise their malice with friendly
All right,
words.
let's go ahead. Let's get into that. Proverbs 26, verse 24. He that haveth this. Hold on, wait. Let me. I'm gonna show you this here real quick. Share the screen. There we go. All right. He that hateth dissembleth his lips, and layeth up deceit within him. When he speaketh fair, because believe him not. When he speaketh fair, believe him not. For there is 7 abominations in his heart. When he speaketh fair, believe him not, for there is 7 abominations in his heart. And boy, ain't that true? Whose hatred is covered by deceit, his wickedness shall be showed before the whole congregation, which is currently taking place now. And a lot of times this wickedness will be showed or revealed before the whole congregation, before everyone. And it's just, you gotta take heed to that. When he speaketh fair, because believe him not. That's usually how a demonic narcissist reels you in, is speaking fair words. You understand? Fair speech. You understand what I'm saying? Making you believe that something's going to take place. Oh, we're going to be able to do this, and we can work together and do this and build this and do that and do this, and we can be successful in these ways. We just work together. Then he goes around and do what? For there are 7 abominations in his heart, but truly in his heart is nothing but wickedness. Truly in his heart is nothing but deception. Truly in his heart is nothing but deceit. And that's exactly what his aim and goal is to deceive you into believing that there's nothing abominable in his heart. Whose hatred is covered by deceit. His wickedness shall be showed before the whole congregation. Listen, all will be revealed. But truly in their heart, they don't mean you well. Truly in their heart, despite what they're doing, the actions that they're showing, they do not mean you well. You got to understand when Proverbs speak about this, that they're not just saying it for no reason. Burning lips and a wicked heart are like, man, come on now, covered with a silver drop. Burning lips and a wicked heart. Burning lips and a wicked heart. So I just wanted to be sure that I bring that out here today, y'all. That was the last hour for today, man. Y'all, appreciate you guys rolling with me this whole time. Really hope that you guys find this to be edifying, that you receive something from it on how to identify some of these behaviors. You understand what I'm saying? Let you know that you're not crazy. But here at the Worship Podcast, we like to shed light on things because light creates the understanding. Understanding creates love. Love creates patience. And you all know that patience creates unity. That's a quote from Malcolm X. And don't you forget it. I believe in it wholeheartedly. Shedding light is the start of the healing journey, right? Let's go ahead and exit on this thing, man. Come on, rock with me. Go ahead and for all my righteous alpha men, drop a ram in the chat, and all my elegant women who are exceptional, please drop a sheep in the chat on the way out. Bless y'all. Appreciate you guys flocking with me here. Don't forget to like this video. Don't forget to comment and subscribe and share with whoever may benefit from this. All right, peace.